Oh, hi. Hi. I'm here now. I'm here now. Hang on. I had some food prep to do. I'm gonna have to step away again. Um, Probably like 5 or 6-ish for about 15 minutes. We'll work that out. We'll work that one out. How are we doing? Why are we playing again? Why are we playing again? I'm so sorry. Hello. Hello. I'm here. Jesus Christ. Okay. Good afternoon or evening or whatever. Hello, everybody. Hello and or wagwan, everybody, should I say. We got like 3.2k views, I think, on my last video, which is pretty crazy. Thank you. It's quite a controversial one, but yeah, I'm gonna try and edit like segments again. I'm trying to get back in the swing of things. I was ill for several weeks. Kind of focusing on writing stuff, but I don't have anything jumping at me at the moment to write about, so I don't know. It's something to do as well. So, hey, listen. It's also still quite hot. I don't know about anyone else. Hello, it's me. It's me. I am not in the middle. It's quite warm still. But yeah, we have some stuff to watch. I might start with the Helen Webberley thing because there's not much. Listen, I did a like 40-minute video about Helen Webberley. There's not going to be a huge amount to add to it, but you know, it's something. It's something. So we'll start from there. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget you can super chat via Streamlabs or YouTube. You can join the channel. Help me keep things going for a few pounds a month. You can other stuff. I don't know. I have a Discord. I have music that I make. It's all linked down below. I have a Patreon, etc., etc. So we'll just get into it. Fuck it. Welcome everyone. I guess. I don't think my small camera is working. So, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, is it hot in Scotland as well? I think it's just hot everywhere, unfortunately. This isn't quite right. That'll do. That'll do. Okay, so the first thing I wanted to look at. Why isn't this? Oh, fuck it, whatever. Whatever, you can't see me in the corner. That's fine. I don't mind that much. Can't be bothered to fuck with it right now. I am live right now. So Helen Webberley has been doing debates again, or interviews rather. I don't know which you'd call this. She's decided to go on Talk TV. I don't know why she keeps doing this. She's done these kind of things before. She went on GB News. She went on, it was like Times Radio or something with Helen Joyce. And she was like bragging to trans Reddit, and even trans Reddit wasn't appreciating it very much, you know. And now she's on Talk TV with Julia Hartley-Brewer. She seems to be doing this thing where she takes on all the TERFs and like the right-leaners and all this kind of stuff. And to be clear, I don't like Talk TV. I really don't like Julia Hartley-Brewer. I think she's incredibly dishonest. I still remember the stuff she was doing about the BBC. And having that woman whose name I think was Sue Evans on. And that person seemed extremely dishonest. Like bringing some pretty weak criticisms of the BBC, bearing in mind the BBC platformed her when they were talking about like the Tavistock Clinic and stuff like that. And then wants to complain that they're like biased somehow. And what was it? Yeah, she was saying about how Helen Joyce has never been platformed on the BBC, which is completely fucking untrue. It's just a lie. You're just lying. So we got two liars, you know what I mean? Julia Hartley-Brewer is not very honest as a journalist. Helen Webberley is not very honest as a person. And We know this because I made a video about it. I'll just show you very quickly. The thing is, I'm a bit more well-equipped to listen to this. When I watched the GB News one, obviously I could tell that it was a shit attempt at holding her to account. Like that Ben Leo guy, or whatever it was, he is a moron and he sucked at what he did. She got quite a few things past him that I don't think I would have noticed before I did like proper research. But yeah, I did this video about Helen Webberley. It's like just over 40 minutes long. I think it's solid. We've got a lot of stuff in there. You've got the various court cases and tribunals and stuff. You have, you know, her rhetoric, the kind of stuff she's been pushing as an activist. A lot of which I've had a problem with. So there's a huge amount of info in here. I'm quite proud of it, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see what this is. I'm not really on any side here, but you know, it's content. It's an update. I don't know why she's fucking doing this, but let's have a look. Let's have a look. Make sure you like the stream, etc.
I'd like to say we're now joined by the founder of Gender GP, Dr. Helen Webberley.
What the fuck is she wearing, by the way? What is this, like, furry? Does this go away? Do we get to see it? Okay, we'll get to see it in a bit. I'll see if I can find it. There's, like, furry kind of stuff going on. What is this?
Live in the studio. Good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio.
My pleasure.
Always grateful for that. Wanted to talk to you. You've been quite busy on social media. You've responded to a few of the posts that I've made on issues related to trans issues, and in particular, we had the publication of a draft bill last week by the Equalities Minister Olivia Bailey about a draft bill to ban conversion therapy, not just gay conversion but also trans conversion therapy, and basically it could mean, many are warning, the campaign is warning, that parents, teachers, therapists, doctors...
On principle, by the way, I'm for a conversion therapy ban. I think they just need to make sure it's not so broad that it includes like talk therapy, you know? I think there are some things that people call conversion therapy that really ought not to be.
Could risk up to 5 years behind bars if they try to talk children out of irreversible trans treatments, including puberty blockers. And I want to talk to you because you run a business.
Yeah, this is the thing. I don't fucking trust this person. Let me just see. Wasn't it Olivia Bailey? So the thing is, these people are probably going to frame it as an attempt to stop certain kinds of therapies. Which seems odd because the government is also following the Cass review, which recommends a bit more kind of due diligence looking into other things that might be up with someone. So... yeah, it depends what it is. Proposed ban includes safeguards for legitimate healthcare and therapy, and robust thresholds that protect open conversations and free speech. So the hope is that this isn't then going to be way too overreaching, you know what I mean? But because it's Labour doing it, of course these people are going to raise any question they possibly can. Yeah, conduct that aims to change someone's sexual orientation or transgender identity through abusive acts that seriously harm the victim. In principle, this is fine. I agree with this. What has traditionally been called conversion therapy, I don't think is a single thing I would look at and say, I'm fine with that, you know? There's stuff that's kind of borderline, I guess. Let me just see if there's anything else worth looking at this. Launch of face abuse, whatever. Yeah, Hillary Cass is down with this. Okay. Hillary Cass is not this like transphobe that we think she is. She's not the person that she was made out to be when she did the Cass review. She's for the puberty blockers trial. I'm not for transitioning children, but I think getting more evidence is the best way. And if it goes the way of the way that the gender criticals would want it to, they're going to be thankful. You know what I mean? And the people questioning it on the other side, saying, oh, it's invasive and all this shit, I'll just give them healthcare or whatever, it could strengthen their case. So both sides are being like really moronic over this, I think. And, you know, she said that we need more evidence, then we need more evidence. So of course she's going to support it. Anyway. So Cass said, I'm pleased to see the government is bringing forward legislation which not only gives a clearer definition of what conversion practices are, very important, I agree with this, compared to previous drafts, but also what they are not. It's important that healthcare professionals providing much needed holistic care to young people feel confident they are able to do their jobs without fear of litigation, and the Minister has kept that important issue in mind at the same time as the need to protect vulnerable young people. So anyway, this sounds okay to me so far. I don't know what gallop is. They seem down with this. Stonewall. These things are abuse, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they seem okay with it. Is anyone pushing back against this? I mean, if it's gov.uk, are they gonna platform like critics? I'm not sure. Okay, once again, government is not seeking to criminalise expressing beliefs about LGBT plus identities, nor is it seeking to ban explorative conversations and questioning about someone's identity. That's why a high threshold for criminality has been included. Yeah, this all looks fine. This all looks fine. I know. Broadly, I'm in support of this. I think this is fine. Let's just see what Julia was saying.
Many are warning, the campaign is warning, that parents, teachers, therapists, doctors could risk up to 5 years behind bars if they try to talk children out of irreversible trans treatments, including...
This is not necessarily true. Well, let's try to talk them out of. But that's not the point anyway. The point isn't, you've got someone who's got a bunch of other mental health issues, therefore we should talk them out of it. Sorry, fuck, let me try that again. The point isn't, you get a kid that's questioning their trans identity and they have other issues, so let's try and talk them out of their trans identity. That's not the point. The point is, let's help with other issues first and see if that resolves anything before we go on to drastic stuff that's like irreversible. It shouldn't be about talking anyone out of anything anyway. It's about helping the patient. Like, that should be obvious.
Including puberty blockers. And I want to talk to you because you run a business selling puberty blockers to children.
Well, I don't run a business selling puberty
to parents of children, technically.
blockers to children. So I think we just need to clear that up.
What do you do then?
Children don't need puberty blockers. Adolescents have puberty blockers once they've
There's always the pedantry.
Started puberty. So if we just clear that language up, because that's
adolescents and adolescents are...
I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of, well, let's clear the language up. Like, it's always the way. It's really annoying.
Are young people who have started puberty.
Adolescents,
so
under 18.
Teenagers.
Under 18. So children.
Yeah.
Well, it's a technical term, children.
For the medical term, children is a very emotive term. So children don't need puberty blockers. I mean, and let me just be clear, I don't sell puberty blockers to children. For free? Because actually young people...
Prescribing and selling is a bit different. I don't know. Is this all going to be just pedantry?
In this country can't access puberty blockers. So just to clear that up, I don't sell puberty blockers to children. But
the puberty blockers that were supplied by your company, Gender GP, are given out for free. It's a lovely, lovely, warm, cuddly, fuzzy charity. Is that the case? I mean, it's agreed. You said they're not given. You said that you don't sell them. You run a business. You founded a business called Gender GP that supplies.
So this is already not about conversion therapy, no.
Supplies these drugs to under 18s, children. That's what I call under 18s children.
Okay, well, listen, you've laid it out that I am the supplier and seller of puberty blockers to children.
Would you give them for free or not? Do you not give them to under 18s, or do you give them for free? Those are two simple questions.
I can't tell who I hate more so far. Jesus Christ.
You can't answer those questions. So you do sell them?
I've just clarified it several times. I don't sell puberty blockers
so they're given to them for
children.
Free?
The doctors...
To under 18.
You're saying a 9-year-old is an adolescent. Well, she means anyone that started puberty. And some girls do start puberty at 9. But neither of this is here nor there. I thought they were talking about the conversion therapy thing. And they're arguing the toss about whether she technically sells puberty blockers to children or prescribes them to adolescents. So the conversation is just worthless so far.
You
want me to answer, or you don't want me to answer?
I'm trying to clarify your answer.
And I'm clarifying with you that you introduced me to the world as somebody who runs a business selling puberty blockers to children.
Does she run as a doctor on the concept of first do no harm? I have no idea, to be honest. I don't know how that whole thing works. I don't know if she is even technically a doctor in that sense. But then I don't know. It's in the USA. that seems pretty out the window in general with their medical system. I mean, first do no harm. Where does that even apply? I'm not sure. She barely operates in the UK because pretty much everything she does is it doesn't meet like UK standards, you know.
And I'm clarifying to you that that's not the
You're
case.
no longer involved in the business.
So did you want to move on to the conversion?
Yes, I'd love to, but I mean, I don't think if we are clear about this, but yeah, you're right. Let's move on. There's new law. Do you think it's right that a parent, I've got friends who've gone through this, that a therapist who is dealing with a troubled child, a confused child, a child who may be autistic or may have, maybe, as we know from the Cass report, may be gay and uncomfortable about being gay, or in a family where perhaps one of the parents disapproves of homosexuality or for some reason. Do you think that a parent or a therapist trying to talk that child out from doing something like taking puberty blockers, drastically altering their body, that they should face up to 5 years behind bars?
She's still framing this sort of wrong. Like, the point is, they wouldn't be doing that. If they're a real therapist, they would be helping with an issue. It's just that issue is not the trans issue. It's the other thing they might have. It should never be centered this way in the first place. Like, does she hear herself when she speaks? Has she actually read any of this? Or did she just see the headline? And it's like, oh shit, this is how we can spin this to be a bad thing because it's Labour. The
language is so emotive.
You know, it's kind of genius though. If we do get like a reform government or something like that, or even the Tories get back in and they're still quite kind of turfy, they'll have to try and sell reversing this like anti-conversion therapy ban. Or at the very least, like heavily amending it, which will be interesting, like optically, I guess.
Isn't it? Because actually you started by saying that the draft bill was about banning conversion therapy for gay children or transgender children, and that is absolutely right, because conversion therapy is a form of therapy which prefers the outcome for that gay child not to be gay or that transgender child not to be transgender, and that's not good therapy. I mean, preferring an outcome that denies somebody's true
isn't the sharpest tool in the box. That's putting it extremely politely.
Identity is not helpful.
Like, she is risking getting fucking mogged by Helen Webberley on this. That hurts me to say. Do you understand this? That fucking hurts me to say.
To anybody.
Well, I mean, completely. I don't think there has actually been a big issue in this country with even gay conversion therapy. That's a big thing in America.
Well, you may not know, but there are plenty of LGBT people who have been through conversion therapy, whether that's full-on elastic bands, vomiting, prayers and what have you, or whether it's subliminal preference that the better outcome, which
would
I
be
think
that
is
you
what
were not. Yes, okay. I mean, I wouldn't be, if it was my daughter and she said she was trans, I wouldn't have a subliminal view on this. I'd have a very clear view on this.
Then I feel sorry for your daughter then, if your daughter was trans.
Yeah, well, I would feel sorry. I think one should show nothing but kindness and respect and sympathy to people who do believe this. So
sympathy? Why sympathy? Because sympathy. We should be embracing queerness. We should be embracing LGBT.
Let's not use the term queerness. I'm afraid. I mean, I'm from a generation where that was used as a term of abuse against gay people, so I choose not to use that word ever. I don't know what that means. Queerness, trans, these are very different things. So I want to clarify. Do you believe that there are, because I don't believe there's any such thing as a trans kid, right? So do you believe that there are children...
So you don't think that the Equality
let me ask a question.
No, because I can't just let you say I don't believe that.
I think I've decided queer is like a kind of culture. I don't know. It's like a certain culture around like gay and trans people. And it's not something that applies to every gay and trans person. Like I'm not a queer. I don't really interface with that kind of culture, and it feels very alien to me. Because like I was a straight boy, and I'm not into the music, I'm not into the kind of activities, I'm not into the politics. It's just not really me. But I think that's the best way I can describe queer, as something that actually means something that maybe other queers or actual queers would accept. I don't know. Maybe they'd like me more if I stopped calling them queers, but I find it funny, so I'm not going to stop.
Yes.
Yeah, but I can interrupt.
Okay, yes.
So you don't believe there's anything such thing as a trans child? So the
I know there isn't.
Okay, you know there isn't.
Such a retarded point. Of course there is such thing as a trans child. If trans just means living as the other sex, then yes, a child could do that. It's not, is there such thing? It's, ought there be trans kids? And the government agrees with you that there shouldn't. But it's a stupid point to say, no, they don't exist. Like, these people, this is really shit. Helen Webberley is looking good so far. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah. But the Equality Act actually has a protected characteristic, which is somebody who undergoes gender reassignment.
That doesn't mean they are trans. No,
it doesn't mean. So you're basically saying
there is a protected characteristic. It doesn't mean that they actually are trans. That's what I want to ask you specifically. Do you believe that there are children who are born in the wrong body?
Born in the wrong body. Again, it's just, Julie, you need to really watch your language. This is
don't tell me what language to use. That's not going to go down well for you, Helen.
I just did.
Has Helen ever said born in the wrong body? I'm not sure, but she's definitely implied it. What was that clip I had? I have loads of clips of her saying weird shit because, like I said, I made a video, which people should watch. Listen, we got, was it about 4.6k views, which is really good for me. And thank you to everyone that watched. But if you haven't, you really ought to watch my Helen Webberley video. Just give me one sec, sorry. Webberley, where is, I put it in ally audit. Not really what it ended up being. Because she said things about, like, your gender identity is fixed from conception, which is complete bollocks. It's just not true. Was there a notification in the Discord? No. Do you know what's weird? This is the highest view count I've had for ages for how long I've been live, and I did not even say I was live on Discord. Oops. Okay, there's one now. Thanks for reminding me. Hope you're good, by the way. Yeah, so she's implied that born in the wrong body is a thing. Like, over and over, because it does imply that if you think that gender identity is a separate thing from your sex that forms in your brain, especially if you think it's from conception. Okay, I fucked that up. One sec.
Consistently and persistently saying, I am not a boy, I am a girl. And that's very, very different from just allowing children to...
That sounds like born in the wrong body.
Freely play with whatever they want to play with and just be kids and be happy. So you cannot...
Do you know what's annoying? Listen, I'm front-loading this. I could be wrong. I'm pause Andying. Do you think this person has listened to a bunch of clips and found a lot of stuff of her saying weird shit that kind of implies what she's now asking about? Or do you think she's just rattling off all the anti-trans talking points? Anyway.
Grow out of being transgender. Your gender identity is fixed from conception.
So if your gender identity is fixed from conception and can be the opposite one to what your sex is that not kind of another way of saying I was born in the wrong body? Is that not kind of basically saying that? Remember to thumb my button. Jesus Christ. Yes, though, hit the like button, please do. David Pink 963. Hello to you too. Hope you're good. So yeah, she has certainly hinted that she thinks this. If Julia actually brings up some stuff, well, you say this and this implies that, then maybe we'll be getting somewhere here. But I have a feeling she's just bringing up all the talking points and seeing what sticks, just like that Ben Leo guy did, where she was able to, like, pretty much lie to his face on a bunch of stuff and get away with it because he didn't do his fucking research. But let's see.
Transgender children exist. There are
children who believe...
Didn't answer the question.
Believe that they're born in the wrong body exist.
I didn't say they're born in the wrong body because it's...
Well, obviously they exist. It's whether she thinks that or not.
That's why I asked you that question. Why
is that offensive?
Motive. That's what a lot of children say. That they're born in the wrong body.
No, they don't. People
that's what we're told by
They do say that it's like metaphor. I'm sure I've said that before. It's metaphor. It's hard to explain how it is being trans. It's hard to explain how you feel that leads up to it, you know?
No, that's what trans activists constantly say. People feel they're born in the wrong body.
Well, then you need to watch me a little bit more on social media.
I'm good. I won't need to do that.
Okay.
Right. No, you're having her on to interview. You do need to watch her a bunch on social media. And you need to be like, you've said this, you've said that, you've said the other. These things imply what point I'm trying to make. Julia fucking Hartley Brewer is such an idiot. She's such an idiot. This sucks. Like, why don't they have me on? I'll fucking debate her. You know what I mean? I could do a better job than this. Jesus Christ. How long has she been doing this for? This sucks. This is terrible. This is worse than GB News, I think.
Well, that's like what we're told by that's what trans activists constantly say. People feel they're born in the wrong body.
Well, then you need to watch me a little bit more on social.
Archangel seems to respect the pronouns of trans men more often than trans women. I wonder if that's because trans men are more likely to pass. I wonder. Like, he does definitely have a thing about like AGP kind of looking male people, for sure.
I'm good. I won't need to do that. Okay. So you don't think that phrase is?
Yeah, some trans people don't think it's metaphorical. They do genuinely believe it. I don't think that's such a thing that can exist. Like, your body is your body. It's not wrong. But she's asking if Helen Webberley believes this. And she's just saying no. Julia could have brought up things she said that heavily imply that she does believe that. And get her to answer why it's not the same to say, you can have an identity that's different from your sex assigned at birth, which will be fixed within you at the moment of conception, which is bullshit, by the way. It's just no evidence for that at all. Like, that does imply wrong body. So she could be held to account for this, but these idiots never do it. They suck at this.
You don't think that is...
Do you know what it is? I'm sorry, I'm pausing a lot. There's this arrogance around this issue, where because it's trans issues, it's just easy. It's just, it's men that think they're women and vice versa. So we don't actually need to show the subject the respect it deserves. We don't need to actually do any real research. And the research we do is basically just from fucking GenSpect or something. Just getting all our talking points from the side that we're on. Same with idiots like Billboard Steve. And people wonder why I give him shit. People are like, you should just leave these people alone. Well, no, they're getting involved in a conversation that I don't think they should be getting involved in, personally. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be allowed to, by the way. Anyone should be able to free to talk about what they want. But I'm also free to criticize them. Because people just jump in on this conversation thing is the easiest shit in the world. And it really isn't. And it means that these people don't fucking try. And so how are you going to hold someone like this to account, when you're not even fucking trying?
On social media.
I'm good. I won't need to do that. Okay. So you don't think that phrase is? You don't think that is?
Nobody's
meaningful?
Born in the wrong body. What an offensive thing to say.
You accept that? Okay. So no, I was going to say you're a doctor by training. So that's basic biology. So what is it that
doesn't bring anything up? Doesn't compare that with the kind of belief she's espoused? Because she hasn't done any research. I definitely don't need to look at your social media. Helen literally told you what you should do. She's actually right. Yeah, you should look at it. You should look at it because you'd find all sorts of crazy shit.
Trans child believes or is, in your view, that is different from any other child. If you've got a little boy or a little girl who says, I believe I'm trans, I believe that I am a girl or a boy, the opposite from what they have been, I don't believe in assigned at birth, for what they are, what is it that's different about them?
Well, the belief is not their belief. Their understanding is of who they are. It's your belief. You believe by looking down there that is a little boy, and what
I believe that someone with a penis is a boy.
Yeah,
and I'm mistaken in that.
Would you like me to finish or not?
Just clarify.
Okay. So you believe by looking at a penis that child is a boy.
Yes, I do.
But that child may well be saying to you, you've got it wrong, your belief is wrong. Actually, inside my soul, inside my heart, inside my brain, I'm a girl. And
this is nuts, by the way. This is absolutely nuts. Like, I kind of get why these people get so arrogant, because this woman is genuinely nuts and genuinely believes some insane things. But again, you still have to try. You still have to do your due diligence. You still have to do your research.
People like you who deny that do an awful lot of harm. And people like you who put that out there on big social media channels do ever such a lot of harm to those people who are transgender. And that's difficult.
Right. If my child said to me, I'm Spider-Man, should I affirm that as well?
Do you not think I've not been asked that before?
Well, exactly.
Spider-Man is not an identity.
Spider-Man's not a thing.
What is an identity if Spider-Man isn't an identity? I agree it's not the same thing. Because you have far more of a frame of reference for being female or being male than you do of being Spider-Man. Like, kind of, whenever you consume any media with Spider-Man, it's kind of front-loaded that it's all fictional, you know what I mean? But I do wonder what she considers an identity. Like, what is an identity?
Man is a fictional character from the television of a bloke who climbs up walls.
But the child could honestly believe that they are.
How do you know he's a bloke? How do you know what Spider-Man identifies as, Helen?
It's not a belief. Remember we explained that a minute ago. It's your belief.
But recognising people's identities is just how we've decided to word accepting trans people as how they're living their life. Personally, I think we need to delete all the identity shit out of the lexicon and frame it around something else, like how you're living your life and stuff. To accept different people's lifestyles. That person wants to live as a woman and they're not harming anyone, even though they're male. You know, they're not going into women's toilets and fucking staring up the fucking... looking up people's skirts and shit like that. Hanging around, fucking eyeing people up and stuff like that. Then that's fine. We've kind of decided that identity is the way to frame it, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't make any sense. But it's an unfalsifiable, so we probably are going to be having this conversation until the end of time. A bit like the existence of God, you know? But it's not helpful, in my opinion. It just means that we're going to continue to be, like, scrutinized and talked about like this till the end of time. It's not actually good for trans people, in my opinion. They are. You can identify as anything. All it takes to identify as something is to say that you identify as something. You know what I mean? You just coin your identity, and that's all there is to it.
They are talking factually, and the rest of the world and the whole of history. We've all been wrong about biological sex, and it's not really a thing. It's entirely something that you know in your own heart. Is that what you're saying?
Well, how do you know what you are? Do you look in the mirror, or is it that you just know?
I've known all my life.
Isn't she a mother?
I was given female on my birth certificate because I haven't got a penis, I've got a vagina. I've given birth, I've got pregnant.
There it is. You can't really deny someone's sex if they fucking reproduced.
And given birth to a baby. I think the evidence is very, very, very clear that I'm a woman. I've never questioned that. The vast majority of people don't question it. And until very recently, before this started being pushed as a political...
Ben Shapiro, yeah, a lot of these people like their soft targets. It's really lame.
Gender... very few children question it. Now, here's the thing.
Yes, they did, if I may. And actually, we understand it so well that it isn't in our UK law. And do you think that your womanhood is dictated because somebody else put female on, and because somebody else got you pregnant, and then that makes you...
So this is a furry avatar with, like, mastectomy scars? Why is she wearing... This is so weird. Let me see if I can find this. Proud of my stripes. Okay. Hang on. It's not mastectomy, it's it's like creepy as fuck. Like fairy art. With like trans-coloured stripes and mastectomy scars. This is a little disturbing. Not a fan. Not a fan of that. Oh, there's a lush window display. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why we're including this kind of thing. I don't know why we're... I don't know. It's gross. I don't like it. Let's make one showing like a fucking vaginoplasty. You ain't gonna do that, are you? You ain't gonna do that.
Female on, and because somebody else got you pregnant, and then that makes you a woman. I mean, I'm
Bro, oh, she's so... This is stupid. Helen Webberley is a tricky customer because she does not argue honestly. This person is not the right person to hold her to account.
I think
think because I am female, because I am female.
Yes, and that's
because I actually am.
Exactly.
And I can think that
You've got it.
I can think that I'm a German Shepherd dog if I want, but it doesn't mean that I am.
German Shepherd is a dog. We're talking about human identities here. Spider-Man climbs up.
So what's a human identity? You can be a female or a male human. You can also be like a black human or a white human. So can you identify as another race?
Buildings, dogs are a different species.
You believe that it's wrong.
So you can identify as black then. You can identify out of your race, just like out of your sex, right?
So if a child says, whether it's...
What about age? What about age? I'm in my 30s. But a 6-year-old human being is still a human being. Therefore, can I have a 6-year-old identity? Because that's still a human identity, technically.
Patient, whether it's a child to their parents, says, I know I've not got a penis, but I believe I am a boy, that should be affirmed. That is clear to me. It's gender dysphoria. It's a mental health issue. We know from the cash review...
Are you a mental health specialist? Is that excuse me, it's classified... No, I'm not letting you get away with that because...
You can, at the end, let me quote...
There will be transgender people listening to this.
Yeah, and they can listen to it.
And listen to you saying...
I'm listening to it. I think you're both morons.
They was very clear.
Illness,
cash review was carried.
I have lots of mental illnesses. I'm not ashamed of that, and I'm not embarrassed by it. And that's neither here nor there.
Out by one of the leading paediatricians in the country. It's been widely accepted
and widely discredited.
It has not been remotely.
It's not been discredited. That's nonsense.
Discredited. That is simply untrue. The cash review made it very clear, and this was something that was widely available as evidenced already, that the vast majority of young people who not just attended the Tavistock Clinic in London but also other transgender treatments, that they are children who have they're either autistic, they're gay children, they have other...
Yeah, it's interesting she wants to talk about like the conversion therapy law in the UK when she doesn't give a shit about UK law. Again, I have a video. She didn't give a fuck about UK law. Doesn't care about UK, like, medical standards and stuff.
Issues, lots of other mental health issues, depression, anxiety, some have been abused, lots of other issues. Is it appropriate to affirm, in your word, their mistaken view, in my view, that they are... whether we use the phrase born in the wrong body or that they are the different gender from what has been assigned at birth, and to give them a treatment, not just say, yes, you can change your name to Jane or John or the other way around, but to give them a treatment which prevents the normal, natural, timely development of their bodies?
Well, I just want to say to all the transgender people who are watching this show that you don't have a mental illness. And what I would like to say...
Mental health problem.
Okay.
Please stop pandering to me.
Okay. I'd like to say to all of the people who listen to this, are listening to this show, all transgender people, that just because you are transgender does not mean that you have a mental health problem. But I would also like to say that attitudes such as yours cause mental health problems in people who are simply trying to live their life.
And you're stopping people living their lives.
You're pretty weak-willed if an idiot like Julia Hartley-Brewer is giving you mental health problems. That isn't the whole point. Isn't the whole point, if you transition, that you know you're going to take a lot of shit and you have a thick skin and you don't let it bother you? Isn't that the whole point? Why even transition if you're that sensitive that you're going to get upset by someone like Julia Hartley-Brewer? Yes, some retard conservatives are going to disagree with your lifestyle. Like, you just kind of have to get on with your life and not internalize it and not let it affect you.
You said I was going to have a go? And your description there, listing off all of those attributes of a transgender person, denies them their identity and denies them their right to live peacefully.
How does it deny them their identity?
By listing, it must be sexual abuse, it must be autism.
No, I didn't say it must be. The biggest review carried out by a leading paediatrician in this country.
Yeah, people like this suck. And it doesn't matter that they suck because they're pushing back against trans shit. You can say literally anything, and I suppose there's a similar issue on the other side. If you're a progressive, you can pretty much say any old shit and people will clap, so long as you don't say anything remotely problematic, which everyone does in the end. That's why I don't appeal to that audience. That's why I push back against like progressive stuff. I ain't interested.
looked into this and repeated evidence is very, very clear again and again that actually the vast majority of children who appear at clinics who claim to believe that they were born in the wrong body, or whatever phrase we want to use, have actually got other issues, which perhaps more of a bigger explanation.
Okay,
and
so
the vast majority of the children who, if they're left to their own devices, either, quote, grow out of this, go and live a perfectly happy, healthy life as gay men or lesbian women. And I'm going to say,
there's some evidence for this. It is true that it's hard to screen out which ones are going to persist into adulthood.
How can you justify giving drugs?
That's the thing, they just pick studies. They just pick, well, this supports my side, so I'm going to harp on it as if it's a true fact. Well, it's something that some studies have shown. And people like Helen Webberley do the same thing on the other side. Well, what about these studies that support what I'm saying? Let's ignore the tiny sample size or whatever fucking problem they have. Or that we just asked a person if they're happier now and they said yes, and that's empirical evidence somehow of increased, decreased mental health issues, whatever we're saying.
To change children's bodies, and they are children who are under 18, especially when we know that puberty blockers have not been used by the Tavistock and elsewhere as a way of a pause. We're talking a pause.
Yeah, fartly brewer, like she's brewing a fart. It's slightly unfortunate
to have a think, whereas in fact more than 90% of the children who are given these drugs, or the young people given these drugs, go on to take hormones to actually, try and sex change hormones, and leaving them often infertile. Is
there a way to contact Webberley for a debate? I have no idea, to be honest. Suppose if Trans and the Mouth still go live, you could ask them, because they managed to talk to her. It did seem for a while that she would talk to literally anyone. I don't know, she's on Twitter. I guess find her social media and send her a message or something. Neither side in this debate gives a shit about trans. Maybe. I can buy that there's a reality in which this person cares about trans people. But if so, she's like swallowed all the rhetoric from like the fucking activists wholesale. And it's very suspicious that she stands to profit the way she does off of it.
You're
very medically aware here. And you're talking
sexual
absolute
function.
rubbish.
I'm talking about correct me.
And I'd like to say to all the parents of transgender children.
She doesn't answer, just, well, I'm going to make this statement. This is the shittest fucking conversation I've ever seen. I mean, people are just hating on Helen Webberley. I mean, I guess I get it. Like, well done, Julie. What do you mean, well done? This is lame. This sucks.
Who listen to your show and hopefully don't watch your stuff on social.
You do wonder, would she talk to a trans person that actually feels that she's pushing a lot of harmful shit? She should watch my video. She should watch my video and react to it on her shitty YouTube channel. Instead of just doing like a million reacts to that fucking Maeve Halligan fucking person. I don't know what she even fucking does. She like interviews random people and stuff. It's not a choice. Wow. Being trans a mental illness. All this shit. I asked ChatGPT who's winning the trans debate. What? Anyway, this woman's a ghoul. I don't like her.
Media, that their children are not a problem. Their children are absolutely right to live happily and I'm
not asking. I don't want anyone not to live happily. And can you address my point?
And actually, no, they are not gay. If your child is trans, your child is trans. Nothing to do with their sexuality. And no, they are not all. The report was wrong. And no, they are not all victims of sexual abuse.
I didn't say that. I never said that. I didn't say that.
Well,
I didn't. I mean, I literally didn't. You're just making it up. No, I didn't.
You haven't mentioned those words today.
No, I didn't say they're not all. I didn't say they were all victims of sexual abuse. One of the things that Cass used, I said that the majority are blah, 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 and one of the things that was listed was victims of sexual abuse.
And the only one you don't list is true transgender children.
What does true transgender?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
Gender children mean?
It means that somebody else put female on their birth certificate.
And they're not.
And they're not. Exactly.
What's the youngest
Yeah, but that's just identity again. It's just identity again. It's nonsense. It's fucking nonsense. She's saying this to validate people's feelings. It's just nonsense.
Stage that your business that you founded along with your husband, who I believe has been struck off as a GP, you're no longer registered, but you are you're a doctor. You no longer have a license to practice. That was your choice in this country. What's the youngest age at which puberty blockers have been given to an under 18 child, as I'm going to use that word, by your company, Gender GP?
The appropriate time to give puberty blockers is when puberty starts.
So what's the youngest age?
The youngest age for puberty blockers, I mean, some children at the age of 3 or 4 can start puberty, and we give them puberty blockers.
That's different. That's a
yeah, it's not the same thing. Helen Webley ain't doing that.
Medical treatment.
Oh, that's a medical treatment.
That's a medical treatment for precocious puberty.
Comes back in again with now a medical treatment.
That is literally what that is for.
You need to be really careful of your advice. That's not for a trans child. Oh, I see. That's for proper.
Are you under the illusion that people who don't have a medical degree are incapable of reading what medical experts say?
Well, interpreted.
You think I've wrongly interpreted? So when children are given puberty blockers for precocious puberty at an inappropriate time to slow their body down, to enable them to develop naturally, that is a medical treatment as opposed to a preferential treatment from a child who...
I'll tell you what as well, like the brain argument around puberty blockers, I think it's quite a good argument as to why precocious puberty and trans just shouldn't be treated as the same thing. Like, so when you go through puberty, around the same time, there's like a window of like heightened plasticity in your brain. I talked about all this in this video. Does it then mean that window of heightened plasticity occurs like super early in like a person with precocious puberty? Wouldn't you want to delay that till around the same time as everyone else is getting that? Versus delaying that until much later in their teens, which might have all kinds of effects.
Who believes that they are trans? You understand the difference?
You're so cruel.
I'm cruel now. Helen, I just asked you before we went to break, I want to ask you, what is the youngest age that you have given, your company Gender GP has given, sold, I mean, I don't think you give them away for free, puberty blockers.
Why don't you just say like prescribed or something? Just use like normal language.
You said youngest could be age 3. What is the youngest age, as far as you're aware, from the company you founded?
Well, we've been struggling with the terminology. The terminology is that doctors...
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Just use the most unobjectionable language. She always says, oh, well, this, but I guess you don't say this, so it's this, or it's this, or like giving about 5 different words. All you're doing is giving her an opportunity to pick one of them and argue about that instead of just answering the question. The youngest I'm aware of them prescribing hormones to, or puberty blockers, is a 9-year-old.
Prescribe puberty blockers for young people who need them. So
I'm asking your company.
Yes, and the doctors will prescribe puberty blockers for children who've gone into puberty, whether that's precocious puberty or whether that's for transgender children.
What's the youngest age a child that hasn't gone into precocious puberty?
When puberty starts, so puberty starts in people for trans reasons. Oof.
No, I'm just saying. The reason they want them.
For transgender young people entering puberty.
What age?
So people with ovaries can enter puberty as early as 7.
People with ovaries. Okay, 7. Okay, so they will prescribe puberty blockers to a 7-year-old. So a 7-year-old can decide, I'm actually the other sex. I potentially will never have my own kids because I might follow the pathway all the way through. And that's just how it is. By the way, when do boys start puberty later, right? Between 9 and 14. So you might be on puberty blockers for a good couple of years before you'd be starting puberty in line with your now male peers, I guess. It's all a bit... Yeah, I know. I'm not down with transitioning kids. Sorry about it.
Why don't you just answer the question? What age?
We didn't even say 7 then?
No, but you're talking about precocious puberty.
No, I'm not.
So you're saying...
Okay, Julia Hartley-Brewer is a fucking retard. These people, these rightoid journalists are not the people to hold people like this to account. It's just not going to work. It's never going to work.
puberty can start as young as 7, 8, 9.
Yes.
Okay?
So you're saying that your company has given puberty blockers to children as young as...
prescribe.
I didn't ask about doctors. I asked about your company.
But a company can't sell or give.
It's like disgusting. It's so disgusting. Jesus Christ.
Working for the company that you're the founder of.
The doctors.
The doctors, yeah.
Working with gender
What's the youngest
GP.
age they've given them to?
I just told you, 7
years
8,
old.
9, 10, whenever puberty starts.
Okay, and
the other thing, once you've said 7, well, even if they haven't actually prescribed puberty blockers to a 7-year-old, they're willing to. So you might as well just take that as an answer. We can't even do that.
That for trans, because the children,
transgender people.
That's for 2, 7 years old.
Now, if we're good at our job, we'd be asking, well, can 7-year-olds make those decisions? Can they make that decision to say, I never want my own kids and I'm gonna change my body forever to where I go through like a male kind of puberty? What if that 7-year-old is mistaken in some way? Or what if they're going through a phase? Or what if they get to, like 10 years from now, they get to 17 or something, and they realize they don't really feel the same way anymore, and now they've changed their body in all sorts of ways? How do you reconcile that? How do you deal with that? Aren't you risking a lawsuit or something like this? You know what I mean? We could actually have a conversation where we try and fucking hold her to account on something, but none of these idiots want to. They just want to fucking grandstand. And that suits Helen Webberley because that's all she wants to do.
And your company has been criticised by a senior judge, it wasn't a party to this particular court case, for not informing young patients about the risks of things like the train they're getting onto the train tracks. Sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm going to be, quoting some of the risks there are: infertility, sexual dysfunction, bone density damage, brain developmental risk. Now, a lot of that comes from further down the line, but we know the evidence is clear. Don't have a medical degree, but the evidence is clear. Read the reports, see what the medical experts who do know say, that actually the vast majority of youngsters who start on these puberty blockers move on to cross-sex hormones, and that's what the reaction is. How can...
Yeah, this person would say, oh, well, it means that they're definitely trans then. Well, it doesn't. It means that they've made a decision, and then, they're following it to its logical conclusion. There's probably confirmation bias. They're probably being treated a certain way. They're probably getting more attention than they would have. There's a lot of things that go into making them feel like they're making the right choice for as long as possible.
A young child, how can anyone under the age of 18, how can they...
And the thing is, the parents don't help as well, because the parents are going to be given the impression, well, if your child genuinely is trans, then you need to get them on all this shit as soon as possible, otherwise their life's going to be miserable. Parents are told that kind of shit. And it's hard for me to feel if you're a parent and you're told by a fucking qualified doctor and shit, you should do this, otherwise your child's going to be miserable. It's understandable why you'd listen to them and why you'd be terrified of your kid being miserable. That's a fairly normal impulse. So I try not to demonize the parents of these kids, because most of them are just trying to do what's best, and then you'll get the odd one that is kind of, trans housing by proxy or whatever. That's probably not the majority. But they're being preyed upon, it's not good. They're causing a DSD. Well, yeah, of course. It's does a 7-year-old understand? Bearing in mind that's the age that they're making that decision, 7, maybe even younger than that. They might have made it at 5 or 6. Are they capable of understanding the long-term implications, the potential health issues? We don't even understand some of the potential health issues, especially the effects on brain development that transitioning as a kid have. There was a meta-study, or if you call it a meta-study, I'm not sure, that Sally Baxendale person, which I'm sure people will say, oh, that's a turf source, that doesn't count. But the answer to that would be, okay, well, show me other studies that this person didn't find on this subject. But this person looked into, any studies that show what effect taking puberty blockers has on, brain development. She found, a very small handful of low-quality studies which all suggested that it had negative effects. But they weren't good enough quality studies to really say, well, they definitely cause a negative effect. It was ridiculously small sample size kind of stuff. So we just don't know.
they make a decision about their future like that?
I think we have to give young people credit for understanding a lot of things in healthcare. So whether it's
This is a fucking disgusting thing to say for someone that literally transitions children. Oh, well, children know. You should just listen to your child when they say this. Like, dude. Okay, 7-year-olds. Okay, wow. Every 7-year-old can decide what they want in that way, for sure. Like, it's crazy.
Going in for a broken arm, whether it's going in for your adenoids, whether it's going in for grommets, whether it's going for puberty blockers, whether it's going for open heart surgery. You have to understand that parents and children make decisions.
But a lot of that is medical treatment for a problem.
And the problem is gender incongruence, gender dysphoria, the pubertal development. And the reason that we got into this discussion.
So this person, I presume, would they say, well, a child knows if they have depression and should take SSRIs, right? A child knows that, and they should be able to make that kind of decision. Would she say that?
Here today was because of this campaign.
You're wearing a T-shirt. Oh gosh, yes, proud of my stripes.
She's showing it. Oh, it's minging. It's fucking minging. Oh.
Yeah. This is the Lush campaign, and it's got a tiger apparently celebrating having mastectomy scars, cutting off perfectly healthy breasts.
Proud of my scars, yeah. And actually, do you know?
Proud of my scars, isn't it, Stripe? This is gross. This is fucking nasty. What are you doing?
Having mastectomy scars, cutting off perfectly healthy breasts.
Proud of my scars, yeah. And actually, do you know
repulsive.
What? Yeah, but puberty.
I hadn't registered that was what you were wearing.
It is repulsive.
I mean, it literally makes me want to vomit.
Oh, would you like to... Can we have a bucket in here, please? But puberty blockers prevent this. So on the one hand, you're saying puberty blockers... we should.
No, technically they do. But I mean, I don't know, man. Having mastectomy scars, like, ain't no one seeing them. Apart from, like, your partner. Like, what are we saying? Like, does it even matter that much with, like, trans men? Most of them, they'll probably pass. Well, some of them will pass. Like, does transitioning as a child make you more likely to pass as a trans man? Considering you have the options of things like mastectomies open to you. Well, I can see that you wouldn't have the same, like, hip development, maybe. That might help. Would you not also be, like, small? Like, the best you'd be is, like, a tiny man who other men just don't take seriously. You get the kind of the bad of other men see you as competition, because that's what it's like. People don't understand this, but, like, when you're a guy, other guys see you as competition, you know? And you might see that as better than potentially seeing you as, like, prey, but it comes with its own issues. But, like, if you just become, like, a tiny man that I guess technically passes, you've been on puberty blockers, your bone density probably ain't shit. Your competition, and they're going to bully you and not take you seriously. You know what I mean? Is that, you know... People don't want to think about stuff like this, though. Oh, we're just queering what it means to be a man. Okay, wow, yes. But it's offensive when male people wanna change what it means to be female. I don't know, man.
You could give them to anybody else, but not for trans things, as you say.
Well, for non-medical reasons.
And yet, actually, that puberty blockers prevent breast development in...
Yeah, if you're a guy, you experience a different kind of toxic masculinity to what women do. For sure. And it's not about... Like, you can argue which one's worse, who's the bigger victim of toxic masculinity. I don't think it really fucking matters. The point is, you're going to experience it differently. And for some people like me, you feel, like, extremely intimidated by, you know, you feel like you can't measure up, you know. Being competition to other men is like, scary.
Transgender boys.
Her perfectly healthy breast on a girl who needs her...
Well, you're again misgendering every single transgender boy out there.
I am so frustrated at 12:59 because I was wanted to ask you, like, whether if a troubled child came to you as a doctor with anorexia, believing she was too fat, would you affirm that and help her lose more weight?
This is a stupid analogy. Trans and anorexia are not the same thing. If you affirm a trans person, they're not going to drop dead in, like, 3 weeks of malnutrition. If you affirm an anorexic person that they are fat, that's what's probably going to fucking happen to them. I'm sure Ben Leo did this same fucking thing. Just stop. Drop the fucking shitty anti-trans fucking talking points. And just do some research. Pick a few things that you want to try and nail down and hold her to account on. Do your research. And when she bullshits you, bring up things that she's actually said. Okay, well, you say you don't believe in people being born in the wrong body, but you said this, this, and this that heavily implies it. How do you, like, reconcile those things? This is shit. This sucks. Fuck Julia Hartley-Brewer. Fuck Talk TV.
Are you really asking that?
Yeah, it's the same thing. A child that thinks they're the wrong sex.
That's like idiotic. You're giving Helen Webberley like the easiest fucking W's. This is utterly embarrassing. I'm like embarrassed. This is what I mean. Bro, almost 80k views. Just watch my video instead. Just watch my video instead. I know it's a bit longer and shit. But there's actual fucking facts. There's actual... Here is some of her fucking rhetoric, and here's why I think it is fucking wrong. Based on her actual words. Based on actually having done the research. Based on actually looking into things, like the effect of puberty blockers on the brain. Which is something that Helen Webberley has never really talked about. But instead it's, oh, well, would you affirm an anorexic? Shut up. Just fuck off with that shit. The dumbest shit of all time. Oh, it's annoying. Oh, it's annoying. Was there anything else here?
So a child that thinks they're
like
overweight.
You shouldn't get too involved in medicine because of the harm you cause to people who listen.
I would say that doctors who don't give a fuck about the regulations of the country they operate in probably also shouldn't get involved in medicine, because what's going to happen is you're going to leave a bunch of your patients out on their asses, sorry, when you get banned from practicing. I would debate Helen Webberley. I'll talk to anyone. She should have watched my video. One of these fucking idiot right-wingers could actually make a convincing case just by watching my video and like skinwalking my fucking points. And I'm so obscure that they could do that and not credit me and get away with it. I mean, they probably wouldn't because I'd see it, but like, someone could do that. And you'd do like 10 times better than what this was. This sucked. This was awful. And the reason this works, the reason Julia Hartley-Brewer gets away with it, is because Helen Webberley is extremely unlikable and extremely dodgy. And it's not just like far-right fucking shitheads that look at this person and find her objectionable. This is the kind of shit that normal people look at and think, okay, well maybe I support trans people, but this is a bit too far, you know? This might actually be some kind of fucking soulless fucking grifter. It's painful. This sucked. This was fucking dreadful. Fuck Talk TV. Anyway, make sure you like the stream. That was extremely disappointing. Do I want to talk about Kelly J. Keane, or do I want to talk about some Dean Withers wannabe? I could talk about the Dean Withers wannabe. Yeah, I'll do this. Oh, fuck. I'll do this, and then we'll look at this Kelly J. Keane thing. Minister for Trans Relations. I mean, as long as they pay me, I'd be up for that. I'd be much better at it than most people. Yeah, we'll have a look at this first. So I looked at Jib talking to The Line the other day. I got reminded once again of how utterly awful, like, pro-trans, progressive, like, debate shows are. And I keep getting recommended this guy in my feed. So this is someone called Caden. I'm guessing they're like an anarcho-communist. I think that's what red and black means. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. I don't know what these people want. I'm not super fussed about it, to be honest. So this person, I guess they debate on Twitch. It looks more like TikTok kind of stuff, but I'm guessing like Twitch, YouTube. Yeah, watch me live on Twitch. Oh, they do have a TikTok. Like, it's giving, straight off the bat, it's giving like Dean Withers kind of stuff. And I fucking hate Dean Withers. Yeah, so leftist, ultra-runner, anti-fascist, blah, 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 blah. But you watch Dean Withers. What does he think of Dean Withers? Hang on.
Such as arson, cyberbullying,
if you think women are such good leaders, why won't you let me speak?
If you think men are such good leaders, why don't you shut the fuck up? These conservative women are like perfect arguments for their own point, but in like a different way that they think. Because yeah, you're easily manipulated by conservative propaganda. That's why you believe this shit. But that's not because you're a woman. That's just because you're fucking stupid.
You just gotta get a quick yes or no, then go back to the...
Wow, this guy seems so cool. This guy seems so cool.
That we need strong alpha males like Donald J. Trump, Spencer Pratt, and our...
Admittedly, this is insanely cringe. This is insanely cringe.
Loved Charlie Kirk, who will have secure borders, who will not let criminals
Did you just unironically say strong alpha males?
Strong alpha...
But this is Dean Withers. Fuck Dean Withers. Dean Withers sucks, man. I hate everyone. I hate everyone. I just hate everyone. I hate conservatives. I hate liberals. I hate fucking leftists. I hate fucking fascists. I hate centrists. There we go. There we go. Equal opportunity.
Males, yeah.
Bro, get a grip. Stand up. Listen.
Yeah, Dean Withers. Dean Withers. When he vapes, he does like this shit. He does it where you can't see, and apparently got angry that someone pointed it out or something. I can't remember. Just move.
Such as arson, cyberbullying.
Okay, this person seems pretty insufferable, to be quite honest. Backing up Dean Withers. So I saw like 2 seconds of this, and immediately he made an extremely problematic take for someone who claims to be a trans ally. I'm going to make the assumption that this person is cisgender because he says that he is a trans ally. This would suggest he is not a trans person of any kind, because otherwise he wouldn't be calling himself a trans ally. We've got this debate with a viewer about my trans takes. He's going to include something in the intro that immediately got my back up and immediately made me think, I need to see what the fuck this guy is, because I keep getting this recommended. And I already am getting terrible vibes. But let's see. Make sure you like the stream, etc. Like and subscribe, join the channel, all that stuff.
And I really, really hate trans medicalist rhetoric.
Like, that's a nuts thing for a cis person to say. I mean, no one should really be saying stuff like that. It's not for you to hate. It's for you to agree or disagree with, and you say why. But transmedicalism, I don't agree with transmedicalism. I tend to conceive of it as you need gender dysphoria to be trans. I don't conceive of trans that way, so I don't agree with transmedicalism. I'm not offended by it. I don't hate transmedicalism. I just think it's wrong. But there's this like insane like demonization of it, where you can't just disagree with that take, but you have to make out that it's like bigoted or like fascist or something, which is just ridiculous. And this isn't a trans person. This isn't really your fight, to be honest. And the way you're saying this, it's like we're trying to shame trans people out of conceiving of trans how they think is best. When it should be about, well, what is right and what is wrong? Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? You know? Like, it's very strange for a so-called ally to be saying this kind of thing.
It seems to be like one of the most destructive aspects of this conversation, other than...
That's fucking nuts. Transmedicalism is the problem. What are you saying, bro? What are you saying, bro?
And like, you know, TERFs or whatever.
Okay, nothing about far right, nothing about the people who actually run countries. They ain't TERFs, they ain't fucking transmedicalists. They are like far right nutters. Evangelicals. How are you going to say TERFs and transmedicalists are the ones, the destructive ones when it comes to the trans conversation? That is absolutely insane.
It feels like it kind of concedes all of the points that conservatives make, at the very least, most of them. Hello. All right. It kind of concedes all of the points that conservatives make, at the very...
I can't tell if this is like linked to the other bit. Transmedicalism does not have to have anything to do with like conservatism. Absolutely not. Technically, TERF stuff doesn't have to either, but increasingly that is getting swallowed up by the right. And it is about time that more like left-leaning GCs start making it known if they don't want that to be the future, because that's what's going to happen.
Or at least most of them. Hello. All right. Do you think you could do something with your mic is very, very muffled and it's glitching. Is there anything you could do about that?
Yeah, well,
someone in the chat says, there's a streamer I think you should debate called The Canadian Commie. He's an ML and thinks Stalin was a good leader. Ooh, how popular is he? How realistic would that debate be? That would be interesting.
Leftist infighting, let's go.
5 consecutive...
How long before he trans is? Well, I mean, he's got a massive Adam's apple, so no doubt he'll be wearing one of those chokers with, like, the heart in the middle. And it can stick really far forward and just make it more obvious as to where the Adam's apple is.
Can you hear me?
Stream. Yo, yes, I can hear you.
All right, sweet.
All right. Can I have your name and pronouns?
Yeah.
Hey, all of these people do this. You need their pronouns for. You're talking to them.
You can just call me Beans. My pronouns are she, her.
Sounds good. All right. Guys, how is the audio? You guys hear okay? Can you hear me okay? How's it going? I think it should be good. Okay. All right. So, yeah, what's your, so from what I read your debate, discussion application. And you said something along the lines of, so you really didn't like some of the points that I made in my debate with the trans exclusionary radical feminist that I did. Probably one of my first debates that I ever did.
I haven't seen this. This must have been recent. Depending on what happens, I might join his Discord and see if he'll talk to me.
Maybe my second one. Anyway, so...
He's not very experienced, he's not very experienced here. Got a lot of attitude for someone that doesn't have much experience of this.
At the very least, on-stream debates. So, yeah, you want to talk about the issues that you had with my points?
Yeah. So this was the lady who thought it was okay to just, think misogyny is only bad for people born female.
Yes.
Obviously, that's ridiculous for other reasons, just like how being anti-racist, but only for Asian racism is a bit silly.
Exactly.
But the big problem I felt you had in that discussion is that you immediately conceded that trans women are male. And in fact, you doubled down on this and you...
Okay, this caller is an idiot. Trans women are male necessarily. Sorry about it.
Said scientifically, no one will debate me that trans women are male. But I'm here right now to tell you that's largely inaccurate, actually.
Yes, I 100% agree.
No, it's not inaccurate. It's just true. You can tell by this person's voice that they are male. You can tell by my voice that I am male, probably. You look at me, hey, I kind of look male in some ways, probably. Listen, you're seeing straight away why this lefty progressive shit is just never going to be the one. It's never going to help trans people integrate better with society. Because it's delusional.
Agree. I actually never said that. If you look, there was not one time in that debate where I said that I hold the position that trans women are male, that all trans women are male.
But they are all male. If you're female, you're not a trans woman. You can't be a trans woman. That's the whole fucking point.
I actually explicitly said in that debate that, and I want this, especially when I wanted to do this, because I want to correct any misconceptions, because there were a lot of comments. I saw a lot of the comments in that video. A lot of people thought that I took the position that every single trans woman is biologically male. What I did say is that for the purpose of that specific discussion, I didn't want to go into the specific, context of what the definition of sex is, because in my opinion that is a largely separate discussion from when we're talking about gender identity and gender roles and social expectations. I 100% agree with you that sex has multiple characteristics that are not that cannot just be simplified down to sex assigned at birth for a variety of different reasons. I'm sure you're aware of most of them. Now, if you, I don't know, is there any, I don't know. You can go ahead if there's anything you disagree about that.
Yeah, there was a specific part around 5 minutes into the video.
5 minutes, awesome. I have the video actually right here. I can play it. Hold on,
it was where you first introduced the sex gender difference.
Yes.
And you led with the implication that trans people only change our gender.
So
you do only change your gender. The best you can do with your sex characteristics is nullify them. I've not been given a good case as to why trans women become female. Biologically female. That doesn't make sense. You can become a woman in other people's minds. That's the whole point of you change gender, not sex. But that's a very common talking point. I don't know why this person's questioning it. How do you change your sex?
First introduce the sex-gender difference.
Yes.
And you led with the implication that trans people only change our gender.
So trans people change their gender when they when they choose to identify.
That's retarded. You don't change your gender because you identify. Unless you want to throw out all the fucking Judith Butler and all that kind of shit. Gender isn't just an identity and can't be essentialized down to an identity. That completely ignores the social construct. That completely ignores stereotypes, gender roles, all that kind of stuff.
With their preferred gender, they do not change their.
That's where I have the problem. Because
interesting. Okay.
We don't choose to identify this way.
No, you do. You choose to identify. You have to have feelings first in order to put a word on it, but it's a word you're choosing to put on it. And you watch people that kind of obsess a lot over like gender identities and get into all the weird exotic kind of stuff. They very much are shopping around and trying to choose a label that they think fits them best. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I don't see the point in thinking about any of that shit. It seems very unproductive. But that is a choice they're making. They're trying to choose a label that fits them best. That's what everyone does. When I thought of it as like me identifying as a woman, then that was me too. That was me making a choice, ultimately. Identity can't really be an innate thing.
This is like innate neurobiology that we're born with. It's not.
Oh, I please get more into neurobiology. Please do that. I beg you. Let's talk about neurobiology. Amazing.
Like a choice to us. It's
I guess when I say choice,
but we couldn't act upon.
Gotcha. I guess when I say choice, I'm not necessarily referring to like a specific.
Hi, Ray. I have a different take on is sex change possible? As a matter of which stipulated definition we choose. I mean, I guess it's always going to depend on how you frame like sex. Me personally, I don't think you can change it enough. Like, there's a reason why no trans women will get pregnant. And if they do, it'll be based on taking things from females. So I think for me, I'm still not convinced that there's any point in arguing that you can change sex, or there's a way of framing it where you can change sex. On the layer cake, you'd say IHRT could partially change sex. I'm not sure about that. I'll think more about it. The thing is, if a man had to take like estrogen or something for like an unrelated problem to being trans, like, has he like partially changed sex now? Would he be happy kind of framing it that way? Is he less of a man because he's taken HRT? So I'm not sure. I guess I see where you're coming from, but I don't know. I'll think about it more. I think it's more than anything, it's just kind of a pointless way of looking at it. Like, you know, if you weren't born male, you wouldn't be a trans woman. I don't know. I'll think more about it.
Specific, like a true like free will. I'm more referring to like choice in the sense of I don't know, how do I put like I wished they wish to identify as such, or when it's expressed, when they make the choice to express such a thing and make it okay.
We wish that our sex matched our gender identity.
Yes.
There you go.
That's one way of conceiving of trans, but that isn't how trans works. And the fact that this person believes there's an innate gender identity, we are already working off of like a very pseudoscientific like framework.
Yeah, and that's why we take sex hormones to change our sex to, you know, the extent we can. We're not going to be equivalent to cis people. We're not going to be identical, but
right.
To a large extent, we can be very close.
Yes.
Well, it's pointless to argue that trans people change their sex because it's always going to be incredibly subjective at best what that is. And there's always going to be like huge differences between trans women and women that very much show that very much are a consequence of having been the other sex. if that makes sense. So I think it's, whether it's like objectively not true or subjective, I still think it's a bad argument, and it's not gonna persuade anyone, I don't think.
So the problem that I have with like running with that line specific, because I totally agree for like a lot of trans people that is the case. The issue that I take with running with that line of reasoning when talking to these people is that I don't want them.
You can't change skeletal structure. I mean, skeletal structure is kind of, I guess certain parts of it are somewhat sexed. It's not the first thing you'd look at for determining sex, though.
To come away from the discussion, and now I'm going to say something, maybe you're going to disagree with this, because maybe you do believe this. I think leading with that specific, like using that as the central argument, that hormone treatment is the way to go, seems to if I were to convince them using this rhetoric, it feels like there's a very large chance that they would become like a trans medicalist. And
okay, hang on.
Because maybe you
pretty close.
Yeah.
We wish that our sex matched our gender identity.
Yes.
I mean, that does imply that your sex is what it is. Like, how much can you make your sex match your gender identity? Again, the best you have is like, well, depending on your belief system, subjectively, maybe you can. But I don't find that very strong.
There you go. And that's why we take sex hormones to change our.
I don't see why a layer cake definition has to reinforce sexist stereotypes. I think it's just basing it on multiple different things that are different between sexes, I would say.
Sex to, the extent we can. We're not going to be equivalent to cis people. We're not going to be identical, but.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it has to be objectively true that a trans woman at least started as male. And it's whether you think they can change sex that matters, To
a large extent, we can be very close. Hormones to change our sex to, there you go. And that's why we take sex hormones to change our sex to, the extent we can. We're not going to be equivalent to cis.
Yeah, I don't even think this is true. I don't think you take HRT in order to make your body match your gender identity. I think you take HRT because it helps people see you as a woman and not a man, if you're male and you're a transitioner. I think it's all about, it's more cosmetic, and it's more about mimicking the other. Like, I don't know. I just, gender identity just means whatever the fuck you want it to mean. It just means, this is who I know myself to be on the inside. Well, that sounds like you're talking about delusion, potentially. And most trans people are not delusional, I don't think.
People, we're not going to be identical, but
right.
To a large extent, we can be very close.
Yes. So the problem that I have with like running with that line specific, because I totally agree for like a lot of trans people that is the case. The issue that I take with running with that line of reasoning when talking to these people is that I don't want them to come away from the discussion. And now I'm going to say something, maybe you're going to disagree with this, because maybe you do believe.
I know where he's going with this. This is pretty fucking retarded.
This. I think leading with that specific, like using that as the central argument, that hormone treatment is the way to go, seems.
The thing is, if you're going to say that trans people change their sex, you kind of have to be talking about things like HRT. There isn't a way of getting around it. If your chosen pathway is a trans woman changes their sex to become biologically female, you cannot work around trans medicalism if we're saying that means you have to like change your body, you have to medicalize to change sex. Well, that has to be true, because when you talk about changing sex, you're talking about changing certain characteristics that match like female patterns rather than male patterns, things like your hormone levels. I don't know why this guy is talking about trans issues, to be quite honest. I don't know why you're doing this. I really wish. I listen to a conservative dipshit and I wish they'd just shut the fuck up about this issue. I have the same problem with progressive Dean Withers wannabes, you know what I mean? No one's safe. No one's safe.
Seems to like if I were to convince them using this rhetoric, it feels like there's a very large chance that they would become like a trans medicalist, and I really hate trans medicals.
Listen, if you wanna argue about the the male-female stuff, feel free to send me a message sometime. I don't mind. It won't be today. I have stuff to do today, but it'd be interesting. I'm up for it.
Rhetoric. It seems to be like one of the most destructive, I guess, aspects of this conversation.
This is completely insane. Transmedicalism is destructive. What are we saying here? Transmedicalism is like largely shoved under the water. Most progressive trans people don't entertain it. The small handful of conservative trans people probably do, but then broader conservative people don't. It's a pretty dead way of thinking. And I always thought transmedicalism was more about gender dysphoria, no? Yeah, everything... I guess technically they say it's treatable via medical transition. But I'm sure the primary pillar of like transmedicalism is being trans necessitates that you have gender dysphoria, which I don't believe, by the way. I'm not a transmedicalist. People think I am because people are idiots.
Than like, TERFs or whatever, but it feels like it kind of
yeah. The word you're looking for is like the far right evangelicals. They're the ones you really want to worry about if you're talking about destructive fucking people in the trans conversation. Is the fucking far right. You know this because you're a fucking leftist. Jesus Christ, dude.
Concedes all of the points that conservatives make, and
that does not make any fucking sense. Conservatives are more likely to say none of it fucking exists, and transmedicalists are just as fucking delusional as anyone else. That's what they're more likely to say. Yeah, feel free to send me a message. We can work something out. I'm up for it. Good to see you, by the way. I hope you're doing well.
Just at the very least, most of them, and it's.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I don't think this guy knows what transmedicalism is. I think he's listened to a bunch of trans people who hate transmedicalism and treat it like analogous to Nazism, which I've seen enough. I've seen enough people do. It's ridiculous.
It seems to be incredibly on top. Maybe you would consider yourself a transmedicalist. I don't know much about you, but that's why I don't do that.
I mean, no, not necessarily, because look, I understand there's many people who can't transition for financial, family, social, there's a bajillion reasons, so legal reasons now.
Yeah.
However, I don't think transmedicalism necessarily is a bad thing, especially when our
getting a bit warmer.
Medical care is the thing that is primarily being attacked right now, and so when we divert arguments away.
Yeah, this person actually has a good point. Like, if you're going to say something like transmedicalism is one of the most destructive forces, it's a good thing to say, well, it's not transmedicalists that are attacking like gender affirming care in the US. You know what I mean? They ain't the ones, they're the ones saying it's necessary. They ain't the ones that are the problem.
From, but they're male and therefore they should be treated like males, and that's the justification for all of our oppression from our past.
Yeah, that's the conservative take. It's not, well, the transmedicalists have a point. Like, come on, man. How do you not know this? If you're going to put yourself out there as a trans debater, you need to do better than this. You're not trans yourself. At the same time, this caller is a bit whacked out.
Passports to our prison sentences to, everything that we have to deal with.
Blair White transmedicalist? Maybe. I'm not sure. I don't keep up with Blair White enough to know what she thinks about stuff like this. To be honest, I actually don't like Blair White, so...
Mm-hmm.
It's you actually do end up surrendering a lot of these other things that also matter to us, which is predicated on treating us like our birth sex.
Yes. So here's the thing, right? That's why I think the sex and
treating us like our birth sex, is that not the ultimate goal, to be treated as the other sex, the one we're born as, rather than fixing our gender identity, which is a fairly meaningless statement.
Gender distinction is so important, because for the most part, when people, well, actually, I wouldn't even say for the most part, I would say Yeah, I would say for the most part. I guess outside of medical contexts, right? When we treat people in society based on certain gendered expectations, we're treating them with these expectations based on their gender presentation, not necessarily like their biological sex. So you're not treating.
Partially true. You still get women that present as masculine. They're still probably going to get treated as women unless they're very convincing as a man. But then plenty of masculine women aren't actually trying to be men. They just don't think that they have to be feminine or whatever. But they're not trying to be seen as a man. So like, I guess half right. I don't know.
You know, it's not necessarily about.
That is true. If Blair White was a trans maid, you'd think she'd have had the surgery by now.
It's not about treating anyone as male. It's trying to move past that. It's trying to kind of reinforce this, like, I guess, hold on. Well, I'm trying to think of the correct word here to use. To break this, to allow people to have an understanding of the sex and gender distinction, to break this misunderstanding of the sex and gender distinction, so that we can liberate people from these chains of like, you are born this way and you present this way phenotypically. And therefore you must be treated this way. And I think the important thing to talk about here is that plenty of trans people who are either non-binary.
I mean, if you're getting rid of treating people as either sex altogether, you do kind of get to the point of like, well, why bother transitioning then? If you're a full-on gender abolitionist, then what's the point in anyone transitioning? People with gender dysphoria will often still want to be treated as the other sex. So you can't abolish all of it, because then how are you actually alleviating the dysphoria,
Binary, or they don't like specifically conform to the general like common.
Oh, God made me trans. I wouldn't be surprised if Blair White thinks that, to be honest.
Stereotypical characteristics of the biological sex. I feel like this kind of thinking leaves them out of it a lot. Like, for example, if you're like people who are like, if you're a trans guy but you don't want to take hormones, like I feel like that's like totally fine, and I feel like people should still absolutely respect you in every way, and you shouldn't be like a fake trans person because of that. You know what I mean?
So not taking hormones doesn't make you a fake trans person. Like, if you don't take hormones but you still make like some effort to be known as the other sex, I consider you trans. It can't just be about identity, because at a certain point you are just saying you're something that you're not in any aspect of your life. But the thing is, especially for like trans men, I would have thought, hormones are a big part of passing, and passing is important. It doesn't matter how much we talk about it being like cis heteronormative or whatever bullshit. It just is important to most trans people. Most of us are not weird gender radicals that think, well, I've decided that this is actually a female body, therefore it's a female body, even though I'm 100% male, that kind of thing. It goes a bit deeper for most of us. So it's not about everyone should get respect, because people are just going to be treated based on how they're seen, ultimately. And there's more to respect than just people affirming your gender identity, because everyone has a different like conception of respect.
Sure. I mean, admittedly, I'm talking about like we were. I think the discussion was about like women's rights, so it's not. It necessarily is going to exclude people who are not women, so like non-binary people. Sure. That's not to say they don't.
We're not even getting it.
They shouldn't get the medical care that they need if they so deserve, or don't want it at all. That's fine. But the problem when we bring up these like, oh, but sex and gender are different and all these things, your average person does not know what a social construct is. If you tell them that physics is a social construct meant to model the physical world that we live in, they're going to think that you're crazy. But that is the academic like use of a social construct. Right. So I find that when you're talking to just normal people who are dumb enough to fall for Twitter propaganda and become TERFs, bringing in these academic concepts actually kind of just misleads them into thinking that, oh, trans people are just doing the social norms of being a woman, rather than also changing our biology as well.
I don't think that
this person is somewhat transmedicalist, I guess. If we're saying that transmedicalism also necessitates as much as possible taking hormones. I don't know, man. If you're a dude with gynecomastia and you're very feminine looking already, and you transition and you decide you don't want to take hormones because you already kind of resemble a woman and get treated like a woman, I don't think that's less trans. I think that's fine. I think that's understandable.
Ignores that at all.
The webberley part was shit anyway, trust me. It was fucking dog shit. Julia Hartley-Brewer sucks.
But I think the nature of the discussion that I was having with that woman was very, I guess, not, I wouldn't say academic, because I'm sure neither of us were academics, but we were talking about these specific social roles, and obviously transition is a part of that. And I mean, if you've seen I don't know if you've seen any other of my gender debates, but that is my central argument, is that the hormone treatment and the broad array of trans medical care is incredibly important for decreasing like all of the suicide rate and just overall increasing happiness for trans people. And that is my central argument when I'm talking to like your random Twitter loser who watches Fox News or whatever, you know what I mean? But when we were having that specific discussion about like the definition of like a woman and about like whether or not trans women should be included in this, I think if we treat it as like if we treat it as you're a woman.
Hot take. I think more trans women should stop caring whether they technically meet the definition of woman and focus on just how they're treated in everyday life and focus on how they feel, if they're happy, regardless of what technical definitions are, regardless of what does the government think you are. It doesn't actually really matter that much. If you pass well and you're treated as a woman and that helps your dysphoria and you live a happy enough life, does it actually matter what the definition of woman technically is? It's just not really as important as we pretend it is. And we don't need to redefine words in order for trans people to be happy, because it's just labels at the end of the day. Like, is your life working for you? That's what matters far more.
If you go through all of this hormone treatment, I think that's a big problem. I don't think I
think it's a bit more nuanced than that. Okay. Because I think if you are like a trans person who does no medical transition, you probably are not surprised that nobody assumes your correct gender. In fact, I know many people who are like this. They can't transition for one reason or another. They aren't surprised. They're definitely annoyed.
It helps you pass. There we go. That's the function of taking hormone treatment. I personally think we should forego any of this. Well, technically I'm more like a woman because I have this hormone profile. Well, largely it's about you resemble a woman more if you're on HRT because you grow breasts and your features kind of soften. Any hair loss is going to reverse to a certain extent. Your body hair will thin out, stuff like that. It's more about appearance than anything.
Right? But the reason why they're annoyed is because they don't have the thing that they want. Right?
Right, but that's the problem with the society we live in. It's not, I don't think.
Well, yeah, they're unhappy because there is a thing that could help them pass better, which would make them happier, and they can't access it for this or that reason. And that's fair enough. That's understandable.
I think it's their fault.
Well, exactly. So
some people don't need HRT, and some it wouldn't matter how much HRT or FFS. That's what I mean. That's why we need to focus more on passing. Like, I'm sorry, it's just how it is. You can spend thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds getting everything done, getting all the HRT, all this kind of stuff. But you might just never look good as a woman. And you might just never pass very well. Well, it's like, what then, you know? Like, unfortunately, it's just extremely important. And there's no getting around it.
This idea of who is a woman and what is an apple, what is a chair, these are, like you said, these are not words given to us on a tablet in the Sahara.
Exactly.
Actually, I thought that was a pretty good line. It's a feedback between, every human in the planet.
But you say that, but, biological sex has been a constant for an extremely long time. And the main function of it is about reproduction. So it's fair enough to see sex as like reproductive roles. And typically woman has referred to adult human female. But it doesn't matter. None of this matters.
where we all interact with each other and we all say, hi, ma'am, hi, sir, and we all build upon our schema of what is a man or a woman. And I think there's a better way of just targeting the bioessentialism of like a turf argument that like you have to have these chromosomes, you have to have these uterus, and you did a good job with like our...
Yeah, the real answer to that is, well, I pass and people call me a woman, so I don't really care whether I am one or not. That's what the real one is. People treat you as one, it doesn't actually matter.
Fertile women, not misogyny exempt because they don't have to go through childbirth issues, right? And I think that's really the main discussion here is that like, is the bioessentialism.
Yeah, and I think you actually reinforce the bioessentialism by reinforcing the idea that if you aren't if you don't go through the hormone treatment and reinforcing the idea
there's this no, bioessentialism doesn't care about whether you take HRT or not. You were born as one sex or the other, and that's what you are. That's bioessentialism when it comes to this issue. This guy is not very bright. I'm sorry, why are you debating trans issues? Why are you doing this? Talk about something else, please. Talk about whatever weird fucking ideology you push. I don't know. This is really stupid. You're not... If you say that you think that taking HRT is important to being trans, that's not a bioessentialist argument. You could say it's a trans-medicalist argument, but those are very different things. So-called bioessentialist turf does not give a fuck about trans-medicalism. That's the same fucking delusion as all the rest of it to them. So I don't know what, like, is he just arguing for the sake of arguing? I don't get it.
Idea that what makes a woman is the hormone levels and the phenotypical expression, rather than an internal ever-changing experience.
I don't think he's listening either. I'm pretty sure this person is not saying it makes you more of a woman. I think they're saying more. People are more likely to see you as a woman if you take HRT because it just has a fairly strong effect in that way, depending on what you look like already. So he's just kind of going back to this point again and again. I don't know why.
You know what I mean?
And the problem is, like I said, if you frame it as you do somewhat change sex, then yes, you have to center HRT around this. Because you're not changing sex if you're not changing anything about your body. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Sex is not in the brain.
I think when you reduce it...
I'm not there defining what is a woman or man by those things. These are just embodiments of those things. It's when you...
Right. What would your... I'm just curious, like, what would your definition of a... What's your definition of a woman? I'm curious.
All right, Matt Walsh, calm down.
Somebody who fits on the female schema.
I hate this. What, the female schema? What does that mean? Dude, progressives don't have a retarded definition of woman challenge. Impossible edition. There we go. Fits on the female schema. What is a female schema? Gender schema theory. So it's about culture. So would these people grant then that female and male are still sex terms? But we've already had a problem with suggesting that trans women are male. But there has to be a word for male and female. And to say that a woman is someone that adheres to female-like stereotypes or like what culturally we expect of a woman, rather than being female, then you still have to grant that male and female refer to the sexes. So we're just kind of shifting words around, I think. Sandra Byrne. Is that Byrne or Bem? Oh, Bem. Sandra Bem. I don't know, it's something to look into, but it's a really silly It's a really silly way of looking at it, from what I can tell. Like, so then we need another word for what an adult human female is. But then if you make another word for adult human female and concede that woman just means feminine people, for example, then aren't people going to want to take on that new term because they want to be seen as, like, female rather than just following stereotypes? Rules and heuristics. Have you read her stuff? Is it any good or is it shit? I don't know. I'm not really into this kind of stuff. It's so unnecessary. If you're a gender abolitionist, you don't like any of this stuff anyway. You probably don't want for words like man and woman to exist. But then they might as well just refer to sex then. And that's fine. To me, it's not about being feminine, because I was feminine and it wasn't good enough for me. I wanted to be female. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about this. And this is the problem. We try and have these, like, these definitions that work for everyone, but they don't work for everyone. They work for certain kinds of trans people. But then others of us don't feel this way. So why are we spending all this time changing what words mean? It's just not necessary. Gender inventory questionnaire. What is the gender inventory questionnaire? BEM sex role inventory. If I do this, will this make me understand pretty easily what this person is about? Rate yourself on each. Self-reliant. Sometimes yielding. Do we mean yielding as in giving way, or do we mean yielding as in producing? I don't... Helpful. Am I helpful? Chat, am I helpful? Defend my own beliefs. Almost always true. Cheerful, almost never true. Moody, almost always true. Independent, somewhat. I think I'm decently conscientious. I think a lot of people would agree. I'll put neutral. Athletic. Affectionate. Well, whether I'm affectionate or not depends very heavily on who I'm around. I'm not very affectionate to people I'm not dating. I'm just going to put neutral for almost everything. Theatrical. I'm rarely theatrical. I'm getting better at being assertive. Flatterable. Don't know. Happy. Yeah, the other thing is, this is like based on your own conception of yourself. So if you're someone that has a much higher opinion of yourself than you actually, than what is reality, then you're not gonna respond honestly. So there's a bit of an issue with this whole thing. Like, who's going to say, oh, well, I'm always never truthful? I don't know. Man. I don't know. I'm very theatrical. I don't think I am. For the most part, I'm not. Willing to take risks. I don't know, man. Am I conceited? Chat, am I conceited? I'm somewhat conceited, probably. Am I aggressive? I can be gullible, depend. All right, let's see what my my profile is feminine, and I scored 3.9 for masculinity and 4 for femininity. This is quite, I don't know, Brad. It seems odd. It's very sure that my profile is feminine when I got almost the same score for both. I don't know. Is this the kind of thing this is based on? Just a load of stereotypes. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think this is the kind of stuff people should consider if they're going to transition. I think sometimes you get people that actually have extremely feminine or extremely masculine personalities, and that maps onto their sex. And they want to transition. But when I look at someone like that, I'm like, I just don't, I feel like I couldn't ever see you as a woman or a man when you're the other. Because your personality, like, everything seems to match up. Like, you're not actually gender non-conforming, you just want to look gender non-conforming. I get that with some people, and that kind of maps onto this, because it's more about personality than it is about appearance. And if we were using these terms to describe masculinity and femininity, which this is, to be fair, then that's fair enough, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But feminine and woman aren't the same thing. Why would you use this kind of thing to then determine what a woman is? When femininity is derived from being female. And things that are feminine are usually like stereotypically linked to women. Women are more likely to dress this way or express themselves this way or have this kind of personality trait. Like, that is what I understand to mean femininity. So then we've decided that rather than being female, woman means being feminine. So what are butch lesbians? Are butch lesbians no longer women? Because they don't fit the schema of, like, woman? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of butch lesbians out there that they're probably quite defensive of the fact that they are female, they are women. And they see it as, well, they're free to do what they want. They don't have to look a certain way just because they're women. I can be a woman and be this, that, or the other. So I think using this kind of thing to redefine man and woman is a bit ridiculous. I don't necessarily mind this so much, talking about masculinity and femininity. It's when it starts feeding back into how we conceive of the sexes, it starts to get a bit nonsensical. And more than anything else, there's a cultural understanding of masculine and feminine. But then there's also people's kind of personal views on that, where some people might see something as feminine and some as masculine. Maybe one person has met mostly women that are mechanics, and another person has met mostly men that are mechanics. So they see each of those people see that as one or the other because of their personal experience, you know? They're saying that these traits are not sex dependent. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not saying this as a criticism of Sandra Bem. I guess I'm saying this as a criticism of people who extrapolate this to then define man and woman. The problem is they're kind of... I don't know, how am I putting this? That means that butch lesbians are men. There's a lot of butch lesbians, I think, that would not be happy to be called men. And that would redefine what sexuality is. Unless you are talking about sex. But it makes it a lot more kind of... I don't know, this is all... The definitions of man and woman are fine. And it doesn't actually matter if trans women aren't women. What matters is if people think you're a woman and people treat you like one and that makes you happy. That's all that matters. what label technically applies to you doesn't matter that much. Going around the houses to redefine what man and woman are just to make a few people feel better is completely unnecessary. It just shouldn't matter this much. Like, the problem is being this obsessed over labels.
And I use the word schema intentionally because female refers to the female sex, but schema refers to a broad range of things, not just your DNA, not just your chromosomes, right? It's a broad range of things. Some women have some things, some women don't. And that's and when you go to the grocery store, for instance.
Yeah, this makes me think, well, if you have a female sexed person who does not identify as anything other than female, but has basically no feminine traits and a lot of masculine traits, what are we calling them then? Would we not still call them a woman because of their self-identity? The other thing is, these people that cite things like schema and stuff, they always just refer back to identity, so it becomes, well, what a person identifies as, along with their personal schema of what a man or a woman is. But that's just another way of saying, you just decide which one you are. Because more than anything, your personal schema of what a man or a woman is could be wrong, or could be just very different from the average. I don't know, this is all a bit silly, I think.
When you say, hi, ma'am, you're not checking their chromosomes or their genitals, you're looking at their hair or something. Right,
exactly.
When you go to the doctor's office, it's a whole different story.
Oh, totally.
And so that's kind of you know.
Yeah. So is what if there is a trans woman who does not desire to take hormones in any way and does not want to change her phenotypical characteristics in the sense of hormone treatment, and she just wants to but she still wants to identify as a woman and go by she her pronouns and do all the other stuff, but she just doesn't want to take hormones.
Well, whether you go by female pronouns or not, people are still going to call you what they see. So you can do this, but you probably won't pass, and people probably won't think you're a woman, and people probably won't take your transition seriously, and you're never going to be able to force them to. I don't see culture getting to a point where we look at someone like this, like let's say this guy has decided he identifies as a woman now, and he goes by she, her pronouns, but he's never going to change anything. He's just always going to look like this. I mean, he's not, because twink death is inevitable, but people just aren't going to take that seriously. Well, I'm sorry, man.
Is she a woman?
Yeah, because her
No, that person is not a woman. Potentially someone like me isn't even a woman who's done all the HRT and surgery and stuff. I just don't care.
Neurology is still on the female schema. The fact that she has a female gender, yeah, because her neurology is...
Her neurology? What are you talking about? I hate these people. What do you mean? So if a person identifies as female, that means their neurology is therefore on the female schema. That's retarded. So it is just about identifying. It is just about calling yourself a thing. Jesus Christ. Can progressives just stick to the fucking cost of living and stick to arguing for not kicking out, detaining fucking 5-year-olds and shit like that? Talk about real things. Stop talking about this. You're making it worse. You're making it impossible to defend this shit. Jesus Christ.
Still on the female schema. The fact that she has a female gender identity, regardless of what she wants to...
What does neurology even mean? What do we mean when we're saying neurology? Neurology is a branch of medicine. Okay, this person is going off the deep end, fast. How can a person have neurology if neurology is the study of, the brain in relation to medicine? Fuck me, dude. We don't have a hope. Listen, as long as these progressive types are at the helm, we don't have a hope. I'm completely black-pilled on all this shit. It's not even a trans brain argument, because to identify doesn't say anything about the structure of your brain. So it's not neurobiology we're talking about. I think they're referring to your thought processes or something, but I'm baffled. I actually have nothing to say because this is so unbelievably stupid. And these are the people dominating like the trans side of things. Neurons. Yeah, ology means study, doesn't it? Ology means like... yeah, fields of study. This person's like, they're using the wrong word. I'm not entirely sure which word they mean, you know? But you could just be describing delusion that way. You could just be describing someone who thinks there's something they're not. Or someone that's just decided that about themselves. And that's the extent of it. So then urology is now female? Or on the female schema? Like, give me a break. Give me a fucking break.
To do with her body would still put her on the female schema.
Okay. Yes, they're on the female schema because they identify, even if nothing else about them is on the female schema. So what you identify as has a heck of a lot more weight, according to this person, on this like gender schema thing. Which doesn't reflect in this, by the way. This is about your personality. It's not about what you call yourself. So I have a feeling this Sandra Bem person who came up with this schema theory wouldn't even agree with this. You get the same thing with like Judith Butler stuff. Like I have fairly limited understanding, but she's not talking about identity. She's talking about like performance. She's talking about what people do and how people do this, like people of one sex do the same kind of stuff. And that constitutes like the repeated gender performance or whatever. So which is it? Is it deciding you're something, or is it joining in with that performance? Actually having traits about yourself that more match the other sex rather than just taking on a label that more matches the other sex? What do you put more weight in? What someone thinks they are or how someone acts? Some bloke goes to the fucking football every week and drinks lager and punches other blokes that look like him in the face every week. But on the inside, he's a woman because he decided so. Do you put more weight on how he lives his life or on what he's decided to call himself? It's a mess. It's a fucking mess.
Okay, well then I guess I would agree with that.
And like beliefs are things you can come across. Beliefs are things that other people can convince you of. So then you do believe in social contagion then. Or you have to at least take it seriously. It's just a belief.
I guess the problem is like the reason why I say the kind of like, maybe I shouldn't say wishes to identify because I know it's not like I'm not trying to say
wishing to identify is retarded. You just either do or don't. I wish I could identify as who thinks that?
It's a choice. But the reason why I feel like that definition is important is because we don't know what...
I mean, the thing is, in a sense, he's got a bit of a point here, because if you're a trans woman, then yeah, you probably do want to be a woman. You probably do want to be female. Again, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with factoring that into your definition. And if you're talking about like transsexual, then yeah, you kind of do have to want to be the other sex because you're talking about binary, you know, you're talking about going from one to the other.
What the neurology is until it's expressed by a verbal or like or some kind of some kind of expression of I want to be referred to this way and I identify this way. That's why the identification is what makes the identity that's what brings it to a point where it can then be understood by the outside world. Like there's no...
What is he saying?
Of I want to be referred to this way and I identify this way. That's why the identification is what... I guess the problem is like the reason why I say the kind of like... Maybe I shouldn't say wishes to identify because I know it's not like I'm not trying to say it's a choice. But the reason why I feel like that definition is important is because we don't know what the neurology is until it's expressed by a verbal...
Now he's using the word neurology as well.
Or like or some kind of...
Bro, just because someone says something, that doesn't mean you know their thought process. You're just hearing what they're telling you. How are we still doing this? How do these people sit there with straight looks on their faces? With straight faces. I was right the first time. How do you sit there with a straight face and still push this? Well, you know what sex someone is, you know what gender someone is, because they told you. Okay, man, sure. Like, has no one who is a progressive ever been lied to before? What are we saying? So if Donald Trump tells you what his identity is tomorrow, you just take that on board? No, you probably don't, because he doesn't seem like a very reliable narrator.
You know, some kind of expression of I want to be referred to this way and I identify this way. That's what.
That doesn't mean you know someone's neurology, or whatever the word you actually mean when you say neurology. That doesn't mean you know how they feel on the inside. You're just being told something.
Why the identification is what makes the identity.
And we're talking about this is how you know someone's innate characteristic as well. Well, the problem is, detransitioners will tell you, whilst they're trans, that they are trans and this is their identity, and you should refer to them as this because that's what they're telling you they are. But then some of those people go back on that, meaning it never was what they really were. It can't be innate because they went back on it. So either trans is not innate, which is the correct answer, or trans is innate, and some people will tell you that they are trans when they're not actually trans because one day in the future they are going to detransition, meaning they were never trans. It's a fucking mess.
That's what brings it to a point where it can then be understood.
Yeah, if they mean neurobiology, then the very obvious answer is, well, almost none of these people have seen their brain. And I have a whole video about trans brains, and it's very good, and people should watch it.
By the outside world. Like, there's no such thing as a private language. You know what I mean? Because language is what we use to refer to other things through other people. There's no such thing as a private language. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, totally. And the main reason, like, again, I agree with your conclusions and things. It's just I don't want this idea that our identities are up to change or a choice. It's really our ability to act on.
They don't want the idea that identities are subject to change. Okay, you don't believe in genderqueer then. You don't believe in gender fluid then, I guess. It's gender fluid, not genderqueer, isn't it?
I agree with your conclusions and things. It's just I don't want this idea that our identities are up to change or.
Your identity is up to change. In any way you can identify, it can be changeable. And if you believe in, like, exotic gender identities, like gender fluid, then you definitely think that gender identities can change, because a gender fluid person's gender identity does change. That's the definition of gender fluid. It's grim, man. It's grim, man. Every time I think I've hit the bottom of the barrel with, like, some right-wing fucking idiot, I go and watch some, like, lefty on this. And I'm like, shit. It's just fucked on both ends, isn't it? It's just completely fucked on both ends. I'm failing to come up with words for how much this shit needs to go away. Like, this person doesn't want the identity to be changeable. Otherwise, maybe they're not innately trans. Well, you're not innately trans. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether it's innate or not. If you're happier being treated as a woman and people see you as a woman, then who fucking cares? But then what are detransitioners? How do you square identities are innate and unchangeable in general? Let's say in general, so we can factor in gender fluid people. Ignore that for a second. How do you reconcile that with detransitioners who are very sure at some moment in time that they are trans, and then very sure at a later point in time that they are not trans? That means that when they were telling you they were trans, which is the only way you know what someone's gender identity is them telling you, and then you respect it and you treat it as a fact of life. That means that those people were wrong when they were telling you that they were trans, because they're not, because gender identity isn't changeable. And they ended up not being trans. It's completely fucking broken. How have people not thought about this kind of stuff? But the problem is you can't argue with these people because they just fucking get offended. They don't want to bust out of the echo chamber, so there's never any challenge to any of this stuff. Yeah, to me, gender fluid is a very normal thing. To me, non-binary is a very normal thing. No one is strictly binary in terms of their gender. Everyone is like masculine and feminine to some degree. And some people are extremely masculine when female or extremely feminine when male.
Our choice. It's really our ability to act on the suffering that we feel. That's the choice that we make.
Yes.
I can send you some research on this. Okay. Basically, it studies non-plastic regions of the brain, like your BNST and your VIP.
Oh no, I totally.
Oh god.
Non-plastic regions of the brain, like your BNST.
There is research that suggests that the BNST, the main reason it manifests as larger in males than in females, is because men are bigger than women. There was a paper I read recently, and you have to bear something in mind. There's something called publication bias, where if you find something significant, you're more likely to get published than if you don't find something significant. So if your conclusion is the BNST isn't actually very sexually dimorphic, that's kind of a null hypothesis kind of thing. You're less likely to get published, say, in that. So you're going to find more studies making claims like this than you are debunking those kind of claims. The one I read, I think, was still in like
first place.
Where is it? Which study was it? This one here.
Significant effect of sex and that.
Again, there's a pattern. This is my video, by the way, because I am the best reference for stuff like this. No one else makes stuff as good as me, so fuck it. I will reference myself till the cows come home.
And where brain structure is assumed to be sexually dimorphic. The BNST is another part of the brain where sex difference is disputed, as per Berry et al. In 2024, whose findings suggested no significant effect of sex and that total brain volume showed a positive relationship.
Yeah, is it even true that it's non-plastic? What does that even mean? With
BNST volume. Results of the model without total brain volume showed that removing this variable led to sex becoming a significant predictor of BNST volume, and ultimately called for caution when reporting evidence of BNST sexual dimorphism.
The connectivity isn't non-plastic, yeah. I wonder what research it is. I'd be interested to see it. I wonder if I've seen it before.
In your VIP.
Oh no, I don't reject that at all. No, I
totally agree with everything you're saying. He doesn't know anything about this. I bet this person has no idea about any of this. And is just accepting the premise because this person is agreeable and probably trans, let's be real. You like my thumbnails? Oh, thank you. I'm trying a bit harder with them. My thumbnails used to be fucking shit. Aside from the odd one. The legally male one is a classic. I'm still proud of that one. Wait. So, non-plastic regions of the brain like the BNST. Please hurry the fuck up. Synaptic plasticity in the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis. The bed nucleus of the stria terminalis, BNST, is what I've been talking about, is a component of the extended amygdala that shows significant changes in activity and plasticity through chronic exposure to drugs and stress. So how is it the pissed off lawyer thumbnail? I can't remember that one. Was that when I talked to Amaya when he was doing his detranscript? I can't remember. So this is saying that it shows plasticity. So how is it a non-plastic region of the brain? Yeah. The first thing that I find on Google refers to it as plastic. So what are they fucking talking about? Like, what are we saying? It's so easy to talk so confidently about this shit. But like, it's just bullshit. It's just not true. Not sure if this is relevant. But if studies are finding like plasticity in a part of the brain, how is someone going to then say that's a non-plastic part of the brain? Like, are we just reading studies that confirm our worldview? Or what? Like, how are we not finding this stuff? I even know what to say. I even know what to say. This is an animal study anyway. I'm not super interested in animal studies for the most part. Not one of the most plastic. Yeah. It was a very different statement, right? Like, at the very least, we have enough to say that it can be plastic. So this person is talking bollocks. Chronic pain-induced neuronal... Fuck me, dude. Chronic pain-induced neuronal plasticity in the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis causes maladaptive anxiety. So this is a study that found that chronic pain can induce plasticity in the BNST, but it's a non-plastic part of the brain? Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. Stop saying words. Apparently fear of spiders is a non-plastic feature. Okay, fair enough. I don't want to do conditioning therapy around my own arachnophobia, so now I've got an excuse not to, and everyone's just gonna have to protect me till the end of time. I'm very glad to hear that, thank you.
On this, basically it studies non-plastic regions of the brain, like your BNST and your
So this is bollocks. And of course this person pokes up, yeah, I believe all this. Well, no, it's stupid. What they're saying is not true. You're basing whatever you're going to say on a faulty premise.
Oh, no, I don't reject that at all.
And the BNST is about like stress and fear responses and stuff. It's not about identity. The only reason they cite this is because supposedly it's shown to be like smaller in trans women than men. But in some studies it doesn't show smaller in women than men. So it probably just varies within everyone, largely depending on your like overall size. With a trans woman, in the studies where they found that the BNST in a trans woman is smaller than a man, did they measure for like size overall? Were the trans women of a similar size to the men that they studied? I don't remember that being controlled for. Sounds dead clever. Listen, I'm operating at the very edge of my ability to like talk about this kind of stuff. But I've already done a whole bunch of research and made a whole video, which I happen to think was excellent and more people should watch. I mean, 5.k is amazing for me. And thank you, by the way, to everyone that's watched it so far. But more people need to watch this shit. Like, Jesus Christ. Listen, maybe it seems wanky just citing myself, but, you know, this is how I know this shit. It's because I made a whole thing about it and I read all this stuff. Everything that's cited here, I read through. And I know what it says and I know what it means.
No, I totally like accept that. It's like, yeah, I know. I've seen research that like trans
Well, here's the thing. You wonder if... Because some brain structures are different depending on your lifestyle. If you're a man that stays home all the time and looks after the kids, certain brain structures might look a bit smaller or a bit different or something. So you do wonder if the reason why men might have more developed BNSTs in general, if it's not just a size thing, which some studies suggest it is, then maybe it's because they tend to put themselves in more stressful situations and stuff. You know, things like, you know, testosterone is linked with more like risk-taking behaviors and stuff like that. So it's possible that that's part of it, but I'm kind of spitballing. I don't have anything to back that up. I've definitely read though, like How You Live Your Life I forget, which one was it? There was something I read that did talk about that. Oh, I can't remember. I'm not just pulling this out of my ass, but I'm not showing a source for it. So I don't know, pinch of salt, I guess.
Trans women genuinely have like quote unquote like female brains.
It is a bit more complicated than that.
I know it's more complicated. No, I know. I've seen research that like trans women genuinely have like quote unquote like female brains.
I've seen research that trans women genuinely do have quote unquote female brains. Dear Caden, your name is Caden. Dear Caden, this is a video that you should watch. Male and female brains don't really fucking exist in the first place. And there is no research that shows that trans women in any way genuinely have female brains. There is research that found in small numbers of trans people that some of them have slightly smaller regions of the brain than your average man, which doesn't seem to mirror very much in trans men, even though we treat gender identity as a universal thing between the sexes. So, does this even have anything to do with gender identity in the first place? Like, how do we know, with these tiny sample sizes in these studies, how do we know that a lot of these wouldn't just find, like, a completely different pattern if they found new trans people to study? There's so much wrong with this. What is my opinion on detransitioners? I mean, listen, everyone's a person, right? Everyone deserves, like, dignity and respect. I think detransitioners are part of why I don't agree with transitioning kids. I think if you're an adult and you made the decision as an adult, depending on the circumstances, it probably isn't super fair to cast aspersions on gender-affirming care as a whole, as long as you were informed. I think when I tend to feel bad for them, it's usually when they transitioned as a kid, or when they transitioned not really being given adequate they weren't really told what was going to happen and stuff, which unfortunately does happen sometimes, probably more in America than here, I would say. I know, I mean, I think there are some that like grift, and you get some that do the stolen valor thing, like that Maya Poet person or that Charlie Bentley Astor that people call a detransitioner, when those people aren't really detransitioners. I mean, in general, I have sympathy for people. I know. But I think the existence of detransitioners is evidence that your gender identity is not really innate in the way that we conceive of it, and certainly isn't fixed in the way we conceive of it. I think, like, you can't say that a person wasn't trans just because they stopped being trans. They were still trans when they were trans. They were still going out there living their life as the other sex at the best they could. You can't just say, oh, well, that person wasn't actually trans and they made a mistake. It's not really like that. They were trans and they changed their mind. I think it's a lot more accurate to say, you know? But I don't know, that's about it. I do think people should listen to all perspectives and not just the curated ones. It's fair enough to be suspicious of certain kinds of detransitioners, but in general, I do think people should listen to them for sure. The best way is that we listen to people that went down that path erroneously, and we help make sure that we're giving the best care to the people that actually need it, and improving screening where we can. It's always going to happen, though. Mr. Menno isn't detrans. Has he ever said that he's detrans? It sort of feels like we could do this all day. Oh, this is my video. So yeah, this person thinks that there's studies that show that trans women have female brains. It's just not true. It's not true at all. Absolute bullshit. You've been led to believe. You've been presented some studies and led to believe they say far more than they actually say. Please watch my video. Please watch my video. Maybe I'll join his Discord and send it him. I should do that. I should do that.
It is a bit more complicated than that.
I know it's more complicated than that, but
one-to-one.
Yeah, it's not only more complicated than that, it's just not true.
Yeah.
And there are some regions of the brain that we fit on neither schema, so it's a bit more complicated.
So now regions of the brain fit on schemas. Like, it's just silly. It's just silly. Read... What was it called? What was that book called? Gina Rippon. Can't find it now. Fuck's sake. Read Dump the Dimorphism by Lise Elliott et al. Read The Gendered Brain by Gina Rippon. Read that Anne Fausto Sterling book. What's it, Sexing the Body? Read the chapter of that book about the corpus callosum. There's a lot of problems with seeing the brain as having female and male schemas. There's a lot of issues there. There's actually just very little you can determine from doing so, because of how variable everyone is, and because of how plastic everyone's brain is, and how much it changes and responds to experiences, most of which are not really going to differ based on your sex. I don't know, man. If I do reach out to this person, I don't know if I should, like, push the trans brain stuff. He doesn't seem like he knows anything about it, and is just kind of going along with someone else that's trans that said so. It would be interesting. It would be interesting. I'll maybe send him a message, see if he can either watch my video or read some stuff about sex brains in general. Because this caller is genuinely talking utter bollocks. They've said so much utter bollocks over the last few minutes in this video. Which is nonsense. They have no basis, or no strong basis for what they're saying. They don't read, they just Google studies for top trumps. Well, yeah, you just find something that says what you want it to say, and there you go. It doesn't work that way. And you can tell, like, when someone uses those studies and talks about the results as if that's some fact of life, whenever they see a study that they disagree with, they turn into these, like, they develop this ultimate ability to analyze studies suddenly. When it's something they agree with, there's no analysis at all. It's just, these are the results. It irritates me. That's why I made my video. It's very good. Watch it. That's all I can say.
The idea being that these regions of the brain, you can't change them. We're born this way, and and regions of the brain, you can't change them. So it's a bit more complicated, but the idea being that these regions of the brain, you can't change them. We're born this way, and that is our biology.
I didn't quite hear what they're saying, but your biology, there is no indicator we have found for being trans in biology. I'm sorry, it just doesn't exist.
That's like something we can't.
It looks like a Parker and Dean viewer. I would have said Skinwalker myself.
Change through social construct.
Yeah, I guess the social construct is how we refer to it, which is why I guess I use that specific language. I feel, because I guess here's what I'd say. Like, I feel like you said something correct, which is that, like, a lot of people who don't really know about this stuff, or don't, like, talk about philosophy or neurobiology and whatnot. Yes, it would be.
Do you talk about neurobiology? Does this person?
hard for them to understand this concept. I get the feeling that the way that you're proposing this feels like it would be harder to understand for someone who's just getting into this, and I feel like it's a little
not only harder to understand, factually inaccurate.
Simpler to just talk about the identification. Although I wouldn't be opposed to like using the I don't know. I guess the problem with the brain argument to me is like I feel like if that wasn't the case and we couldn't do a scan on like a trans person, or for example, I'm sure there are trans women who don't get that in the brain scan. I feel like
this is true.
Like if you were to do that and brain scan,
the brain argument most of all has just horrible implications. What you're saying then, if there's a brain phenotype to being trans, is that maybe what we should do to screen people is scan their brain, and if their brain doesn't look trans enough, no, you can't have gender affirming care. None of these people believe that. So why are we even arguing this then? Because you'd still treat someone that doesn't have that phenotype. So then it's not indicative of being trans. It's just a pattern that some studies have found, usually on a very small scale.
Scan a trans person and it doesn't match up with what they identify as. I feel like it doesn't. I feel like in no way I don't think it like in any way makes their gender identity.
He's getting so thrown off by this like what's it called, notification. By the way, this person's being gifted subs. This person's being like fucking sub to. Take the hint. I'm joking, but not necessarily.
Lesser. Thank you, Names Ghosty, for the 18 gifted subs. Sorry.
This is like obnoxious as fuck, by the way. Do this afterwards. Don't interrupt the conversation.
Sorry, I was paused for a second. Thank you so much, Names Ghosty, for the 18 gifted subs, dude.
Yeah, so you were saying about like how do we communicate this to like your average person who doesn't know anything about this? Yes. I find that just very simple language does a lot. If you ever use the phrase trans female, people know what you mean. It makes the
Nah, people. It doesn't matter how you put it. People get confused, I think. Some people think trans men are male, and some think they're female.
Distinction very clear. I think there was a point in that discussion where you said, trans women are not biological females, which is a distinction that I don't make because, I'm a woman and I'm a human, so I'm biological.
Right.
How is this person a woman beyond just identifying as one?
Rather, I would always defend you if you said trans females are not cis females. You see, and then everyone knows exactly what you're saying. It's very simple, and this is the actual medical terminology that they use at research and.
Yeah, so therefore they're male. That's the whole point. It's just using language to talk around what we really mean, but what you really mean is trans women are male. Yes, they are male. There's nothing wrong with that. Just use the normal language then. Stop being so offended.
Medical context.
Everyone wants to shape language instead of just trying to find happiness for themselves. Fucking dipshit TERFs are like, oh, you have to call them this. And dipshit TRA's like, you have to call them that. Just shut up. Stop telling everyone what to speak like. Stop telling everyone how to speak,
Yeah, again, I just feel like the trans females thing, it like saying that, again, it feels like to me that it still implies that that a trans woman who doesn't undergo hormone treatment, I feel like it still implies that she is not a woman.
Yeah, she would not be a trans female in that context because that's the physical nature of their body. And I
wouldn't
be well aware of that.
Okay, yeah, so I wouldn't take issue with saying that she would not be a trans female, but she would.
I'm actually getting quite bored. This is a pretty dumb conversation, to be honest. There's reasons why I stopped listening so much to progressives. There's nothing else to say. Just everything they say is just like. It's painful. It's painful. This isn't good content. I can't sit and like edit this kind of thing. 'Cause it's just me soying out for ages. I could maybe get a little bit about some of the weird claims this person has made about neurobiology. And that's about it. Like, it's just lame. It's just lame content. And I'm making it right now. And that sucks. I don't know. Does anything else interesting happen here? I do think... At least the caller conceded trans women and women are different. Well, yeah, I mean... It's all semantics. It's all incredibly boring. Well, let's just use language differently. Okay, just let people use language how they want. And if someone uses language in a way you don't want, then maybe you're not going to be best friends with that person. But then... they still want to redefine what words like woman mean. But the redefinition doesn't make any sense.
So this comes down to where we then see embodiments of gender in actual like meaningful policy. I mean, obviously the dumb one is like sports, which is segregated by sex, right?
If they're saying that it's dumb to segregate sports by gender instead, then hey, we agree on something. Good idea. Good idea. Don't die on the sports hill. I sped this up because I'm just bored of this, to be honest. I'm going to stop in a sec. I wanted to look at some of this Callie J. Keane thing, but I need to, I think I need to step away for like 10 or 15 minutes because I have a bit of food prep to do for later. I don't know. What I might do... Wait, I just read cis-wired in their head. Cis-wired. Cis-wired. So one of them's pushing back. I think this one is pushing back a bit more on the brain scan stuff. I don't know. That's the other thing. I've heard like trans medicalists cite like brain studies. So I actually thought that citing brain differences was trans medicalism. And I guess this guy's not been entirely inconsistent in that way. Yeah, are you cis-wired in the brain? Some people are cis-wired in the brain and some people are trans-wired in the brain. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? I just debunked my own video. I just debunked it completely. Because there's such thing as cis-wiring. All one word, cis-wiring. I'm like, I've lost patience for this. I've lost patience for this. So this person is suggesting that the brain scan stuff isn't persuasive. I do agree with that. I mean, it could be persuasive to someone that doesn't have the time to do their own research and thinks that there's a significant difference between men and women in the brain, or that there has to be some neurobiological cause for different gender identity, which there is just no evidence for as of now. But in general, it's not very, like, it just sounds made up. And it's kind of one of those things, when you look into a little bit, it looks like, yeah, actually, there's like trans brains and they're different to cis brains. And that means that trans people have a biological basis to why they're trans. But then when you look into it more, you realize, nah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. I'm sorry. It's bullshit. I'm sorry. I did want to look at some of this Callie J. Keane thing because there were some interesting things that happened in this video. Apparently Billboard Chris was here, but I don't remember seeing him. Yeah, there was a few points that I found quite interesting that I might cover. If I want to do another video that pisses loads of people off, then that'll be ideal. Because my last one pissed loads of people off. I'm very glad, by the way. If anyone's watching because they were offended by my most recent video, then I'm glad you were offended. This one here, we got 3.2k views. That's quite good. That's quite good. People did not like this video. I'm glad. I'm glad. I did something right in that case. Okay. I'll be back at roughly 5:30 British time. Let me just change this. He's on a corner over to the left. I wonder if he's posted anything then. I'll have a look. Alright, I'll be back at 5:30-ish. I need to do some food prep. I will Be back shortly. Okay, that was longer than I expected. I do apologize. Who did I make jump? Who's creepier, Buck or Lily Tino? Maybe I should watch that Buck Angel video as well. I don't know. It depends how much of this Kelly J. Keane thing I want to watch. Because there were certain parts of it that I'm like, I have shit to say about this. Just bear with me and we'll be back. If Tino had a hat with Tranmar on it, Buck would go wild. That is very true. And I think we should fundraise for Lily Tino to get a Tranmar hat. Lily Tino is going to be my my project. I don't even know what I mean by that. Maybe I should watch that as well. I'm not sure. We'll see. I did want to cover a few parts of this Kelly J. Keane thing one. Check, I turned the gas out. I don't know what that means. I have an electric cooker. I'm braising pork again, but I'm doing a different recipe that I haven't tried before, so that's probably why it took ages, because I'm still working it out. I didn't realize I needed chicken stock, which I had, but it was all frozen, so I was kind of hacking up a giant ice cube made of chicken stock to put in my pork. Which isn't ideal. It's not the cooking technique that I was trying to do, but I don't know, I'm disorganized in general. I don't think disorganized was on the sex roll inventory. That is crazy though. I'm amazed that I'm basically equal parts masculine and feminine. I probably shouldn't be. I think that probably does describe me very well. I can continue the train. I'm glad I have your permission. Thank you, Billy. I was waiting for you. What took you so long, actually? You should have come back sooner. I've been sitting here like a moron. I'm joking. Okay. So there was this Kelly J. Keane thing. It was in London, Speaker's Corner. There are a few interesting parts of this. So I've kind of said before that I see where she's coming from on some stuff, and I still do. I think especially some of the free speech stuff. I'm very open to. I think everyone should be able to speak on this issue, no matter what their position is, as long as it's not, a position of we need to be violent against X, Y, or Z group of people. So we'll start from here. They're playing a load of music, and then she argues with some people and bangs on about two-tier justice a whole lot. There's something that the police get involved in. I don't know if she's spinning this as two-tier, but it kind of seems like they were taking her complaint seriously because someone made a threat to her, which is not okay. Shouldn't do that. But yeah, so we'll start from about here, where she does a little speech. There's a couple of conversations. I can demonstrate why people are actually very confused no matter how you label trans people, because someone here talks about trans women but means males, or the other way around. I'm not sure. Oh, you're not a KJK fan? I'm very surprised. Anyway, let's have a quick listen, because there was something interesting about this start bit and what she's doing with this.
Hello. Oh, please. Hello. No. Hello. Nice. Okay, so...
Can you still call her a wench? I mean, she's very pro-free speech, so I think she should be happy with anyone calling her anything. She's also not a feminist, so she shouldn't have a feminist problem with that, Anyway, aren't you a woman? You're allowed to say sexist things about women if you are a woman. It's a bit like how I'm allowed to say, the T-slur and stuff. But I chickened out anyway.
The volume right the way up. Hello.
Everyone else is coming just to the picnic.
Are they? That's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Yes, that's good.
Okay.
Nice to see everyone.
Good morning. Welcome to two-tier United Kingdom.
So can we see what she's about now? The TERF stuff has largely taken a backseat. She still talks about it. But she really, really wants to be this kind of female, Tommy Robinson type. She was at the same Southampton demonstration that Tommy Robinson and a bunch of other people were. on the back of the Henry Novak thing. She showed up with an umbrella that said adult human female as in the definition of woman, which is very interesting to me because people are always like, oh, why do trans protests go on about Palestine? Then there's this person. Like, what does turf shit have to do with Henry Novak? You know, it goes both ways. It goes both ways.
We are Let Women Speak. We are a women's rights free speech organisation. We operate all over the world like free speech ninjas, without the black face masks or weapons, just our voices. Okay, so what we like to do is we like to come to this sort of place. Sometimes we're accompanied with some men with some rugs, like a sail, but they're not here today. I think the music has put them off. So they're quite frightened about music. But what we like to talk about are all the things that you're not allowed to talk about, but we know that you probably agree, which is that we really don't like the fact that more and more women in this country are subjected to face coverings. Not just...
Yeah, so this is her other big thing. In line with the kind of wannabe female Tommy Robinson, she's doing all this like free your face stuff, which amounts to telling women that wear hijabs and burqas to take them off without really considering the reason as to why that woman is wearing it. It could be for personal reasons. You don't really know. It's just a bit ridiculous. Like, you're not helping women by pushing your ideals onto them when they might just feel differently.
The woke, ridiculous kind, where people are still wearing COVID masks in 2026, you know, just as a symbolism of moron. But also that...
Does anyone... If people wear masks now, isn't it because they're sick? Like, I used to see, like, because there's, like, Asian students and stuff where I live. You used to see them with, like, masks on and stuff before COVID. And, like, in their culture, they wear them when they're sick as a way to try and stop spreading it. Don't people just wear it for that reason? I mean, I don't know why you care about this kind of thing, to be honest.
Women are subjected to Islam.
Feminism is when you tell other people how to dress, you know?
And when I mean subjected, I mean...
Oh wait, she's not a feminist, she's just far right.
They have to submit, because that is what Islam means.
Has she talked to many women that wear those face coverings and stuff, and whether they're seeing it as submitting? But more than that, even if they are in some way submitting, perhaps that's just how they want to live their life. Does she see it as submitting when a woman stays home and does all the cooking and takes care of the kids and doesn't work and forgoes her own ambitions and shit to keep her husband happy? Does she see that as a problem?
And so you'll find a lot of those women wearing face coverings in this heat.
Oh yeah, troons love the mask because you can't see the stubble, you can't see the jaw as much. That is true. I used to hate them though. I used to hate them because like I used to wear a lot more makeup and it just messed my makeup up.
Which we find unacceptable in 2026 in the United Kingdom. Those same women will be subjected to the hijab from the age of puberty, which means as soon as those women, or girls rather, have their first period, they've got to have a nice little advertisement to the rest of the world that they've just started their periods, which I think is quite repulsive.
Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. If your breasts are like visible, even just in like shape, is that not also similar?
And embarrassing for them. And also what it does is it gives them a uniform that says, we are not the same as you. We are very different.
Listen, I have to have a look. I really don't know if she ever talks to, like, Muslim women and actually gets their perspectives. Like, I don't see any, like, interviews so far. She talks to a lot of men. She talks to a lot of just other random women. Does she ever actually talk to, like, Islamic women to know that this is how they feel? That in general they don't like this? I don't see much of it. To be fair, I'm kind of... So there's this free your face thing. Maybe I'll look at this another time. She does not. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe I'll look at some of these things another time. But this free your face thing is just... It's like... It's almost... It's like patronizing. It's you want to speak for other people. You want to enforce a certain culture. I mean, she does want to enforce culture, and we'll get onto that a bit more. Ooh, an actual real song. She loves AI music. Again, we'll get to that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I don't like the idea of telling women they have to wear this, that, and the other because of culture. But that goes both ways, ultimately. If it's someone's choice, then...
So we would like to see...
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't care.
...an end to all of that misogyny. And we...
Yeah, she talks at one here. We will get onto that as well.
Yeah. This, because some arsehole didn't switch it off. I mean, by that, I mean my husband. Right, Philip Hug.
This happens a lot as well.
And we just switch the microphone. No, but I love that. We're going to have that in a minute. So, can you please switch the microphone volume up on the very left-hand, that's it. Okay, so we come to Speaker's Corner as a reminder of what it means to be British. And what we do is we...
What does it mean to be British, apart from being from here?
Play a little selection of the sort of things that we sang at school. Little hymns. And
New Grift, Menno, Stephen Menno, Nick Gerald. That is true. I really love that clip of her complaining that Steve got more views than her on that video. And like, she's got a point, because he just like filmed her like debating someone and made a bunch of money and got a bunch of like clicks off of it. At the same time, Steve's in with all those like auditor types who are all filming the same shit anyway. And so it's more normal to just kind of all upload your own version of the same footage. So she's just from a bit of a different angle to those people. It's a very funny clip though. At the same time, it's all like, you know, oh, I don't know if I can keep this going from a pretty nice looking house. I imagine her husband does well. It's a bit galling listening to people like this complain about money, to be honest. The fact that she's comfortable enough at all to live her life being like an activist and stuff and going around everywhere. I don't know, man. I live my life doing this. I feel like me complaining about money must be pretty fucking annoying if I do it. To people that like work and shit, you know? So I don't do it. So it's pretty annoying listening to that kind of shit.
And I say this as a secular atheist woman who feels, I mean, case in point.
Secular atheist woman. Bear that in mind. Secular atheist woman. That's what she's saying.
Can you imagine having to ride a bicycle with a fabric mask across your face? It's absolutely shameful that in 2026 women are subjected to the burqa and the niqab. And I think we should ban it as a country. Okay, I'm just going to do that. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to play some songs. Some of them were for the men, but they haven't turned up today. So we're going to play some songs and enjoy them.
Wait, but I thought every time they did like demonstrations and stuff, there were always trans women showing up to shout at them. There ain't any here.
They will be the sort of thing that you heard at school. The little hymns that you sang at school that actually in 2026, our children don't sing at school anymore, much to the detriment of all.
Why is it detrimental to kids that they don't sing hymns in school anymore? And why is a secular atheist woman saying this? Like, I don't know, man. When I was in primary school, we sang hymns. And then when I was about, I don't know, 8 or 9 or something, they kind of changed it over to be like other kinds of songs. I didn't really care either way. Like, I was like an edgy atheist when I was like 8 or 9. And I had a friend at school who was like similar. And there was this song about like God created the whole world and stuff. And every time that lyric came up, me and him would like look at each other and be like, no, he didn't. And that was our little like atheist rebellion shit. Like, I don't know what we're talking about. Why is it detrimental that kids don't sing hymns anymore? And what is an atheist woman doing? Being that invested in kids singing like Christian shit? Why does this matter? Don't most kids hate this shit? I don't know.
So they might sing about the climate, but they don't sing the sort of songs that unite people.
How do hymns unite people?
Because you have a shared experience of sin.
She's not atheist, she's Christian. Wait, so she's just lying? Wait, is there a source for this? I really want to know now. Because she said, I'm a secular atheist woman. On Twitter, she said she was a gold star atheist 2 years ago. Catholic versus atheist. The hymns are just a sing-song. Yeah. Yeah, Catholic schools. Yeah, they would be doing that stuff. Obviously, yeah. Like, I never went to a religious school. So, like, we sang hymns for a while because everyone did. And then they stopped
Hi, this is...
Ooh. So she was was she an atheist back then? Or was she a Catholic back then? I can't tell. Catholic versus a Catholic podcast with non-Catholic. Oh, Catholic versus a Catholic podcast with non-Catholic guests. Is she the Catholic or the non-Catholic?
Hi, this is...
So I think she was claiming to be an atheist back in 2019. Someone in the comments called Hello Kitty Cat. Funny. You might be wrong. Okay, fair enough. Let me just look at one more thing. Yeah, I don't think she's a Christian. I think she's just she's pandering to like the far right kind of neo-Christian types. Lots of whom became Christians because of Charlie Kirk. So we're still an atheist that wants to like get people singing like Christian shit. And the whole thing is, oh well, we used to do this back when I was a kid, so now we should get everyone else doing it. Like younger people just don't want this. Younger people, it reminds me a bit of that fucking, does anyone remember One Britain, One Nation? This kind of enforced like culture and like patriotism. This kind of, you know, oh, let's just get together and sing some like songs that we used to back in the day and that'll bring us together. It's like, no, I think young people want like fucking prospects and like to be able to afford houses and shit. I don't think they want to sing fucking hymns. Fuck, what was it? Does anyone remember this? Some school, like someone wrote this like stupid song and got some school kids to sing it. And everyone took the piss out of it. Because it's just this like enforced like patriotism. Let's just sing a song about how great Britain is. But it's like people are like, well, we're like sick of the cost of living. And we're sick of like fucking the Tories. And we're sick of not being able to afford houses. But let's just sing a song, that makes everything better. Who is listening to this and feeling all patriotic? This is just annoying. No one wants this. I feel like British culture is more about rejecting this kind of shit. Like, no, I'm not just gonna, like, this kind of like superficial like gesture towards like patriotism. It's nonsense. You want things to genuinely be proud of. And you don't want to just put on a face. You know what I mean? This is the kind of vibe I'm getting. Let's just sing a bunch of songs that I personally like. Oh, things were better back in my day. Okay, wow, yeah, you could afford a house when you turned 20. Just doing whatever job. It's just not like that anymore. You don't just get people to sing the songs you sang in school and everyone will be happy. What song is that? It's called One Britain, One Nation. Needless to say. So we got 98k views, 374 likes, comments are turned off. This got absolutely fucking mocked to hell and back because British people don't want this shit. Like, no one wants this shit. Anyway.
Singing the same songs, having the same school experience, and unfortunately in 2026, the children don't. Okay. I'm so annoyed after that.
Oh, if you go to...
There's only going to be a little brief bit each.
If I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population.
There's like some speech, if I were the devil. Again, Christian, non-Christian, atheist woman. Pushing Christian propaganda. I want to see where the medley is, because she plays hymns, and then she plays her own like shitty Suno AI song. One of them talks about like the death of music. It's like, you shouldn't be allowed to put a lyric like that into Suno and then make a song out of it. Where was it? Okay.
So if you're watching, this is just about nice little medley.
Nice little medley.
Nice little medley for everyone.
Yeah, don't fix any problems. Just play a bunch of songs that Kelly J. Keane grew up singing in school and everything will be fine. Can you see why this isn't turning people on? It's not like... It's not like doing anything. It's just annoying. Okay, this song's boring. He looks so happy. This is bringing people together. Look at this. Okay, this one's kind of into it. This guy... Well, I don't think this guy's very happy with any of this. Oh no, he's over the rainbow. He's over the rainbow. He hates the gays now, or whatever that actually means. This woman's enjoying herself. Look at this. I thought we were gonna stick it to some transoids instead I have to sing fucking hymns. Oh, she's a lesbian. Oh yeah, lesbians are never happy, I forgot. The other thing is, she's putting up this like free your face stuff. Making this like association between like being Christian or like kinda oppressive towards like Muslims, you know. But how many actual Christians are going to go past being like, this doesn't really represent me, you know? I'm trying to find a shitty AI song that she plays. What is this?
Okay, you might win your license up in the air for this one. It's called Colours of Day. Here we go. Colours of day burn into the night. The sun has come.
Get your lighters out. Where are your lighters? Get your lighters out for this one. Jesus, tough crowd. She don't even know the words to this one.
Go down in the city into the streets, and let's give the message to the people we meet. So light up the fire and let the flame burn. My hand shaking.
Oh, this is her like Suno shit, I think.
And frail.
Oh, the one that was like over the rainbow was a woman. Oh, okay. I don't fucking know, man. I get confused. I don't know. If you present like that, people are gonna think you're a man, even if you're not. I'm sorry.
They tie the knot, a silken thread, my childhood dreams already dead. I leave my teddy at the door. He said I can't see him anymore. Take the orders, came all girls, and now play a game, hoping I would disappear.
We've seen the clip of Bob getting whooped. Yeah. Someone said that he got beaten up again, but I read an article. It didn't mention him getting beaten up. Yeah, playing all this like Suno shit. Like, I've listened to a few of these songs. It's just moaning. It's just endless fucking moaning. You listen to trans people, they're just fucking moaning. You listen to like TERFs and they're just fucking moaning. You listen to so-called patriots and all they want to do is moan about how shit everything is. When it's like, oh, isn't your life like fine? Is Kelly J. Keen's life really that hard? With all these like fucking fans and shit, all this like support? Being able to go around the country doing this? You know? Like, what are you moaning so much for? Jesus Christ, I'm so tired of it.
To me, listen well.
Also, how do we feel about this TERFism shit being like linked to like British nationalism this much?
Hear the evil of Islamic.
It's like dystopian. In the background, this like soulless fucking Suno rubbish. And this like performative, like nationalist fucking iconography, like display. You know what I mean?
Book held high above the law. If you don't set them up and you're just blasting music.
But this guy's not too happy with them.
In ourselves. So.
Sure.
Yeah.
Very exclusionary.
Not really.
It is if you're a trans woman.
Well, good. I'm glad we exclude that. Yeah, 100%.
Because your heart's filled with hate.
No. My heart's filled with love for women and the safety of women.
Well, I have no problem.
As long as they agree with you.
With that, I love women too, and I want them to be safe.
Good.
Yeah.
So you'll exclude men from our spaces then?
I draw a distinction.
Yeah, to be fair, I don't know of any feminists that even call themselves TERF anymore. Listen, do you know what I realized? They complain about like trans woman being like a misnomer. You shouldn't call them trans women because they're not actually women. So what the fuck is TERF then? Everyone that's calling themselves a TERF, oh, I don't think I'm a feminist. I think feminist is bad. Okay, well, what does it stand for? Morons.
Between trans women and men, and the statistics show that very little violent crime is, and a violent crime conducted by trans women is much lower.
Same. No, it's the same.
Well, not in the U.S.
Well, it is actually. They did a study of Texas inmates, and they found that
inmates might not reflect the general population.
Here's a question. Do trans women who are post-op commit as much violent crime as males? I think pre-op, especially like pre-HRT, all that kind of stuff, they're probably overrepresented even in like violent crime, especially like sexual crime. Like, how often are we seeing like a post-op trans woman getting in trouble for like sexual assault? I feel like it's extremely rare.
No, they'll reflect the criminal population. There is no difference between the criminality of men, whether they cut their penis off, wear a dress, whatever.
I'm not sure about that. The cut their penis off one specifically. I mean, in the UK, there kind of has to be. You can't rape if you don't have a penis legally.
They do. Men are all included in that statistic, and they don't differ.
Okay, well, what about a trans woman who hasn't undergone bottom surgery? Still a biological woman.
So he means... This is what I mean. He said trans woman. He means trans men. People still get this wrong. Like, even people that are trans-affirming still get this wrong.
What?
A trans woman who hasn't yet gone through bottom surgery.
Who's a man, yeah. Biologically a man.
Still has a vagina. Biologically a female.
So you mean...
I mean, a trans man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about...
There it is. For fuck's sake. Sorry, I clicked.
Don't differ.
Okay, well, what about a trans woman
Biologically a man.
still has a vagina. Biologically a female.
So you mean...
I mean, a trans man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about them?
So you have no problem with trans men that haven't completed their surgeries sharing space?
Well, I sort of think if you opt out of womanhood, I don't really care what happens to you too much. If you want to throw the gauntlet and you want to go in men's spaces, go for your life. That's a man's fight, isn't it? It's not my fight. I just want to keep women's places safe.
Okay. What about your posters? No hijab day. I know a lot of...
Yeah, she does also want to enforce a kind of hostile culture towards Muslims, which includes Muslim women. She thinks that the free your face thing is like, you know, feminist or whatever. It's actually really about the hostile environment thing. That we don't want certain customs, even if they're not really harming anyone, so we include it in order to make more people feel more welcome. This isn't a feminist thing. This is the nationalist shit. This is the hostile environment shit.
Muslim woman that would choose to wear a hijab.
Okay.
It's their choice.
Okay. Choice is a funny thing when you genuinely don't have one. If you've been subjected to a religion...
Again, how many Islamic women does she talk to know this?
That says if you don't wear it, you go to hell. Is that really a free choice?
You've been subjected to a religion. If you don't wear it, you go to hell. Bro, you're subjecting people to a religion you don't even believe in, playing hymns. If you don't believe in that kind of stuff, you go to hell. Makes no sense. Trans activists made things confusing by redefining words. I do agree with that. We need to stop trying to redefine. Woman means adult human female. That's fine. And that's what people like me are going for. You want to be seen as that. That's why it's trans woman, because that's what you're going for. Like, you keep the definition just what it is. And even if you're not technically that, you're trying to live your life like that. Like, it's so much easier to think of it that way. But we have to have everything. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, progressives dug us a massive hole, I'm sorry. This is why I hate both sides now. I hate both sides.
So are you not religious?
No.
No. Okay. I appreciate that. I'm not religious either. What about...
How often does he blast hymns in the street then? Probably never.
A woman who's so for example, lives in Morocco, which I've visited. It's a fairly open society, where I've spent time.
Scary for women, but yeah.
There's
has she ever been?
Women in Morocco who have the choice to wear hijab or not, and they choose to.
Okay.
It's part of their culture.
There are women who choose to be prostitutes. Doesn't mean that just because you can make...
Wait. So it's not a choice, but now it is a choice, but choices can be bad.
A choice doesn't mean it's genuinely a free choice, or doesn't actually have incremental harm for everybody else.
How does allowing certain women to wear a hijab incrementally harm everyone else? What harm is caused by there being the odd woman in the UK that wears a hijab?
Like, if I suddenly walked in this country today and I chose not to wear a hijab and everybody around me was wearing one, do you think I'd still have a free and open choice not to wear one?
Well,
yeah, sure.
I think you should be yourself, not be them, you know? Yes, I think you would. I think you would.
Well,
letters from Muslim women, okay. So they could be from anyone then, is what you're saying. Could be from anyone.
Maybe I would.
Do any of them actually wear the niqab or the burqa? Or the hijab? They're all the ones that don't.
you know, there are some people that didn't salute Hitler, but most people.
Well, sure.
did.
I'm not denying that there's some people that live in situations where they're pressured by their culture or their families to conform.
Yeah, and I've talked to some.
And I'm a nonconformist personally.
I've talked to women who live in Saudi Arabia who've never felt the sun upon their face since they were about 11 years old, who are subjected to an absolutely dreadful life.
Yeah.
Right.
And I wouldn't disagree. I think. And I'm not touting Saudi Arabia as an example.
No, but that is a place where women are supposed to pretend. There's a pretense.
How is Saudi Arabia applicable to Muslim women in the UK?
Choice, and they don't have one.
Sure. There's not even much of a pretense of choice in a lot of Saudi Arabia.
Their fathers will kill them if they don't wear them.
Yeah, and
so whilst those women are subjected to that, whilst it is a tool of oppression, I don't genuinely think that it is a free choice for anyone. And if you do claim to freely choose it, then you claim to really not care about all those women that don't have the choice to wear one.
Yeah, so I have only been in London a couple days. I've been in Britain a little longer.
Yeah. Are you from the States?
I am.
Yeah, well, you have this free speech stuff. We don't have it.
British nationalists coveting what the US has. I bet she covets the fucking medical system there too.
So what I have noticed in London is there's a lot of co-ed bathrooms where there's just individual stalls. She would have no problem with a trans woman using those bathrooms, right?
I'd rather have women-only toilets.
You would, okay.
Like, women weren't consulted when the wanker of a mayor decided to change all this space to unisex spaces. Elderly men don't want it. Like, decent men don't want to use unisex spaces either. I've met elderly men who are absolutely desperate to go to the loo but won't because they feel embarrassed.
I get this. People feel a certain way. We are getting to the points where it's like, if these are your biggest problems, if these are like burning concerns for you, then you probably have a pretty good life, let's be honest. So at least stop fucking whinging. If you're going to talk about toilets and you don't like unisex toilets, fine. But stop fucking whinging constantly then. Stop pretending that the world is fucking falling apart. I'm so tired of these people.
Embarrassed and they don't want to share that space with a woman.
Sure, but you can't deny. I mean, language changes, culture changes. So holding it,
where it comes from.
Like, she wants to force culture back to how it was when she was a child. Seemingly, not going to work. We're not in the same place we were.
At old white men is the standard of what we should be keeping in our society.
Well, they made this country great, those old white men. They made this country great. Many of them sacrificed their friends and their families. They went to war for us. So those old white men deserve respect.
You're basically just afraid of change.
No.
True.
So I would like to change has to be organic bottom up. This is not organic.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
And bottom up. This is very powerful people. This is top down change. That's what I don't like.
It's still within your own.
So you think if it went to a vote that the people of London would prefer total unisex bathrooms?
Have you seen how many Muslims are here? Do you think Muslim women use unisex bathrooms?
No, probably not.
Well, suddenly Muslims are our allies when it suits. Suddenly a conservative culture that you're spending all your time criticizing and calling unfeminist is like your gotcha. Jesus Christ.
Right. So I
thought you didn't want Islam to have any kind of influence on our culture. Well, our culture seems to be moving towards some of the like unisex toilets, like third spaces, woke kind of stuff. So now suddenly you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe I covet some part of like Muslim culture. Bro, make your mind up.
I reckon, considering we're in.
I mean, I have seen a number.
Yeah. Okay. What? Yeah. True. What if we do some bottom up thing where things are more unisex? What if that does happen? Then it'd be fine. It would never be fine. You're just opposed to certain things.
Of them using unisex bathrooms.
Well,
but it doesn't mean that
they have special toilets for ablutions for males and females if there's Muslims in those schools.
Sure.
So we bend over backwards for those people. So we either care about what they think or we don't.
Yeah.
And it seems like we only do when it's
well, like you could say the same about you.
It's convenient. That's what I would argue.
Yeah. Well, you've obviously have your arguments down. I'm very opposed to. I have a lot of friends that are trans back in the States, And I like to
spaces, because that would make most women and girls feel really.
No, in the state I live in, they've absolutely used women's spaces.
That's disgusting.
Well,
what do you say to women who are afraid then? Do you think they should just shut up? Just deal with it?
I don't think most women care. I'm sorry, I really don't. I think they care when it's someone that they don't see as a trans woman. And unfortunately, we're trying to normalize this. Oh, well, non-passing trans women are still women. And we still, as soon as someone comes out as trans, immediately call them by a woman's name and she, her, even when they still look completely like a man. And encourage them that they're now a woman in society. It shouldn't really be like that. The problem is, if you look too much like a man, you are going to make people uncomfortable. But I don't think the average passing trans woman is really making women uncomfortable in women's toilets. I don't think that's the case. And if they are, it's probably more their behaviour than how they look and stuff. At most toilets, you're in and out, and you're not looking at other people, because why would you be? What are you doing looking at people in the toilet that you don't know? That's weird.
It is what it is. Just because that man might go and masturbate in a woman's toilet is tough.
I think it's very, very cynical to assume that's what's going on.
Fetish. Come on, you're a man. You understand fetish, don't you?
I understand what you mean by fetish.
Yeah, and you don't think the men that are 40 years old start wearing dresses and knickers? You don't think they've got a fetish?
I think there's probably some of them that do. I think there's some people that have felt out of place their whole lives.
Okay, which ones? Which ones have a fetish? How could I tell?
Okay, let me give you an.
You can't tell what fetishes anyone has, but the thing is, most of the time it's not relevant anyway. You shouldn't really know, because you shouldn't really be exposed to it.
Example, a good friend of mine whose son, born a female, but now has gone through the surgery and is trans. His son, good friend of mine, known him since he was a little girl, before all this changed. He never felt comfortable in his body.
Oh, that's so unusual for women. I just don't feel
that's actually not unusual for women.
Exactly. There you go. It's not.
Since reassigning gender to male, my friend is much more comfortable, much more outgoing, has much better.
She'll never have an orgasm. She'll never ejaculate or have an orgasm.
Has much better mental health.
They're talking about a trans man. Oh, she doesn't... Again, they just memorize these fucking talking points. This guy's talking about a trans man. The never have an orgasm thing. That was about trans women that transitioned at the start of puberty, where they were never exposed to testosterone. There's that Marcy Bowers clip. What evidence is there that transitioning like girls has the same effect? I've never heard of this. She doesn't... It's so annoying. It's so annoying. They just memorize a bunch of talking points and forget where they're supposed to apply them.
She's got a relationship? Significant other? Can she have kids?
Beginning one. Not interested in kids, probably.
I've spoken with her.
My point...
When did she make that choice?
Okay, you can look at the suicide rates.
Yeah, which is a lie, but yeah. We can do that if you want.
It's not a lie.
It is a lie.
It's absolutely...
In fact, it doesn't. In fact, the suicide rate doesn't change post-transition either.
So is it a lie or isn't it a lie? The suicide rate is a lie, but also it doesn't change post-transition. What? Does she hear herself? Does she hear herself when she talks? That kind of... It's either real or it's not. I can see that it doesn't necessarily get better post-transition, because plenty of trans women's transitions just aren't very successful. And trans people are more likely to have like comorbids, more likely to have other like mental health issues. And there's a whole different... I do believe that there's like a higher suicide rate, and it's for a whole bunch of different reasons. Like, what is she saying?
Or post-puberty blockers. It actually gets worse, because you know what they don't find?
I would still have tuned out even though I could never orgasm again. That's fair enough. I mean, I do get the point of like, if you're making that decision as a kid, that's a bit crazy. But at the same time, let's say that this guy's friend's trans child will never orgasm again. Are they happy? Isn't whether they're happy overall more important, ultimately. Most gender dysphorics aren't having sex before anyway. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I take this as a point when it's like kids, but in general, if they're happier, then, you know, no harm, no foul, I guess. And I don't remember this applying to trans men anyway, so she's using the wrong argument.
They don't find a genuine opposite-sex body at the end of the paper.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you. There is quality studies. I don't have a citation handy.
Right.
Do you?
Okay, so she's doing a single cause fallacy. Like, TRA types do the single cause fallacy on the suicide rate all the time, where they say, oh, it's all because of societal transphobia, which there's no way that's true. It's going to account for some of it, sure, but not all of it. But then on the other side, people are saying, oh, they realize that they don't actually become woman enough, so they kill themselves. And that's the sole cause. Well, maybe it accounts for some of it, but it's not going to be all of it. It's so annoying. They just do a different version of like the TRA dipshit stuff, but in the other direction. It's just, I hate everyone. I just hate everyone, man. Almost everyone that talks about this issue in any kind of detail for any amount of time, I probably just fucking hate them for one reason or another. It's so annoying.
I can tell you, for every study you could name, I could tell you that we look into the funding and there'll be a reason why I'm cynical. Your country gave antidepressants and opioids to people for decades, knowing it was harmful. How could you possibly trust any study or anything that goes on in America?
Okay, actually based, anti-American sentiment. I'm down with that.
Okay. Well, obviously, I'm not going to change your mind.
No.
No. And obviously, you don't believe in science or statistics.
I believe in both of those things. I don't think you do.
Well, I actually do.
I think you're, well, okay. So scientifically then, how on earth would somebody genuinely be better off with a mutilating surgery that cuts off part of their arm to make a fake penis that will never ejaculate, never have any sensation? Like, you're a man. You know what that feels like, right? You've got 20,000 sensitivity receptors in the end of your penis alone. How on earth would you rob someone, a child, of that? How on earth would you do it? Like, I'm a 50-year-old woman.
How on earth would you deem to tell other people what makes them happy?
Well, because I think that happiness is an illusion, and actually lifetime satisfaction is not built on moments of happiness.
Magdalene Burns would be disgusted with all this nationalist shite. Hey, I hope so. I should listen to more of her stuff. Like, I don't know if I'd still feel quite the same. Because I do kind of... I think I overcorrected a bit. But the ones that are like genuinely feminist and genuinely leftist, I'm a lot more amenable to still. Whereas that whole movement is now completely co-opted with all these like far-right types. And I know it's not a far-right thing because I interact with like left-leaning, like gender criticals and stuff. So I know it's not like a necessary part of it. But it feels like it's just been completely swallowed up that way. And I don't know. There's no one really, there's not almost anyone really speaking out about that kind of thing that I see. It's just kind of been allowed to happen.
Trying to avoid difficult things. It's actually the best life you can ever have is built upon getting to a place where you have self-acceptance and understanding, which does not include mutilating surgeries.
Okay, so I got to a place of relative self-acceptance and understanding, having had so-called mutilating surgeries. Isn't that fine? Isn't that fine? Does it matter that much?
Anecdotal case of this person I'm talking about.
There's one behind you. There's an anecdotal case of a detransitioner.
This is going nowhere.
Yeah, it is. We're going to move on.
Yeah, well, you're already in a cult, so well done. Bye-bye.
Wow, yeah, that's gonna, when all else fails, just accuse someone of being in a cult. Amazing. Incredible argumentation.
Have a nice day. Good luck. Well, I'm sure you look like you could have one. Right, let's turn this back on. No, but I'm a little bit... it's my husband.
There's a lot of bitching about this, whatever technical problem they're having. What else was interesting? They play her shitty song. A whole bunch. There's this I think she's doing this weird like AI like animated film or something. Where it's about how Britain is now like fully Muslim or something. Like it's strange to me. Hang on. You've got all these like the caliphate and stuff. Movie trailer. Like, is it actually like this? I think this is AI. It's like a musical. It's like a Suno musical, you know? Absolutely horrendous animation, by the way.
They say convert, pay up or die, and they look you in the eye, knowing you believe the lie that inclusion was everybody's friend, when the truth now we all know that was the beginning of the end. You didn't fight back, you failed to resist, and now the country is under their fist. No sun, no fun, no sky. All the music now must die. No more thinking thoughts, Sharia council, schools and courts. Welcome to Britain under the brand new caliphate. You're no longer...
This is nationalist, by the way. This is patriotic. It's endlessly fantasizing about Britain being overrun by Islam. That's patriotism, apparently.
Cover your face, your hair, your feet.
This ain't some weird cult stuff. Well, exactly.
You're now enslaved in a British caliphate. Don't you love the British caliphate?
It's just whinging, just constant whinging. Everyone's just whinging. Just shut up.
One wife, 3 or 4, when they're knocking on your door, asking if you're...
I mean, if Britain got overrun by people who, when trying to break into a house, just punched through this open window that got knocked through, I guess, constantly, instead of, I don't know, pushing the door open, I think maybe Britain deserved to get overrun by these people, because we must really suck.
They're knocking on your door, asking if you're reciting the Quran, telling you...
What the fuck is that one even doing? This one's just like, he's got like a stick, and he's just poking it in the vague direction of these people over and over? What's he even doing?
Asking if you're reciting the Quran, telling you you're...
And then one of them runs into the fireplace? So what is this space? Is this like a chimney? It looks like a fireplace with a chimney. And it looks like there's not much room here. And then he just runs in.
Asking if you're reciting the Quran.
Like, where's he going? It looks like there's no space. It looks like that's about 2 feet like deep or something. This guy just sprints in there.
Asking if you're reciting the Quran.
Where did he go? What is it with these people and fucking AI?
Telling you you're gay and stoning you today, no matter if you're a woman or a dance, no.
You know, I'm down with this. I'm down with this. Do you know why? I would pass better. I would pass better if I was also forced to wear a burqa. I'm down with this. I welcome our Muslim overlords, inshallah, etc.
No laugh, no dance, no art.
Yeah, no art. Meanwhile, all of this is made by AI. All of this was just prompts. You ain't paying no artist. What do you mean no art? You don't believe in art. That's why you're using fucking AI. That's why it's a fucking Suno fucking song. Why not pay a British artist? Why not pay a British musician? No art. Fuck yourself.
Animals through their heart. No more thinking thoughts. Sharia council, schools and courts. Welcome to Britain under the brand new caliphate. You're no longer free. Cover your face, your hair, your feet. You're now enslaved in a British caliphate. Don't you love the British caliphate?
Also, this is not a British accent. We've got our patriotic song. We've got our patriotic song being sung by a computer that pronounces it British. British. You ain't from fucking Britain if you say British. Fuck you. What is Suno? Suno is that AI music generator that everyone uses. You watched Firebat. You know the Trolls on the Internet song? That was made by Suno.
Don't you love the British caliphate?
Like at least tell it to use a British accent, you know?
They steal your daughter for their wife and imprison her for life.
What's happening there? What is this guy doing? What is this guy doing? Your daughter's being like held on the shoulders by these men and you're just like moving back and forward slightly.
They steal your daughter for their wife and imprison her for
What are you
life, saying she's old enough at 9. They will exterminate your dog, a scorpion too.
You watch Firebat through Femioz on the Trough. That's far more embarrassing than just admitting you watch Firebat. You'd sound better if you just say you watch the original channel once in a while, to be honest.
You're frog, don't complain, just keep saying you are fine. It's far too late, you're way out of time. About 10 years ago, that was the line. No Christian or infidel. The whole place.
Why is this in vertical? With like, why is this like this? I'm so confused.
Feels like hell. No more thinking thoughts. Sharia council, schools and courts. Welcome to Britain under the brand new caliphate.
Yes, the other thing, this is going on like way too long. This is a long ass fucking song. How many times have we heard this chorus now? It's just not necessary. Yeah, coming soon. So is this actually gonna be a thing? Or is it just shitty music videos and there's a pretense of a film that's never gonna come out? What's this Lego thing? What the fuck is Kelly J. Keen's channel? Like, what is this? There's loads of these. There's loads of these. The movie trailer. Oh no, that was the movie trailer. I watched this one. This is even longer. Why does your song need to be over 5.5 minutes long? When it's just like shitty fucking Suno Disney musical shits. Let Women Speak song. What's the Let Women Speak song? Sorry, we're just doing KJK snark at this point. I don't even care. Oh, she ran into young Bob. Meeting of the Minds. Wow. Wow. What was this?
We stand on the edge.
Oh,
it's more AI. Fantastic. So it's videos of real people like speaking and maybe singing whatever. And it's just fucking more AI. So patriotic we can't even pay a British singer to do our songs for us.
Of a whisper, a voice is trapped deep and so low, but the words now rise like...
That's what I'm thinking. Is this a real movie that they're making? I mean, is this a real AI movie that they're making? It's not real anyway. Another thing, we ain't paying any like British cinematographers or like crews or anything. There's a music section. I also haven't seen anywhere that it confirms that it's AI, but I know it is AI. Because all her songs are AI. And there's no singer credited. But where does it say anywhere that it's like made with Suno? Shouldn't they disclose that kind of thing? Like, this is how a country falls endlessly fantasizing about the UK completely falling to bits. That's patriotic, you have to understand. There's all these songs. Is this real?
I've sold more of my soul.
No, of course it's not. He's not even singing in time.
Than any record. Celebrate the pimps and johns and call it equality. And just because you say...
I'm guessing this is Suno as well. Mary Turfmas is definitely AI. But the thing is, like this like weird AI like animation, like this claymation kind of style, looks fucking horrendous. There are points where Kelly J. Keen's like model looks like Helen Webberley. There's other points where she looks like a man. And again, the song goes on like way too fucking long. There's like all like posters and stuff, and like sometimes they make sense and then sometimes they don't. Like, what does that say? No women slab speaky? It's like ridiculous. Let women sing? Excuse me? I almost blew a fucking gasket reading that. Hang on, you can't see it. What do you mean let women sing? What do you mean let women sing? What women sang any of this? Let women sing. Okay, it's about school hymns. But it's not women that sing at schools because they're children. What is British culture? It is a set of values, habits, and idiosyncratic traditions that have developed over time, shaping our heritage and giving us a shared sense of identity. It is not something invented overnight or written down in a single place, but something lived, passed on, and recognised in the way people speak, behave, and understand the world around them. If we do not continue these customs, they will be replaced. What customs? You didn't mention any customs. And culture just changes naturally. Traditions require attention and respect. School hymns and collective worship in schools are part of that tradition. Yes, a Middle Eastern religion is part of our tradition that you don't even believe in. Many schools are replacing this with other types of worship, whether it's the climate, transgenderism, or even kindness. Okay, so there's schools where people are singing about trans rights, are they? Maybe during Pride Month I could buy that, but even then... I feel like that's not happening very often. And what's wrong with singing about the climate? Don't you think that climate change is important? Don't you think we should look after our planet? It's just all like Christian shit. Okay, so you just picked which kumbaya, fucking hell, man. You just picked which Middle Eastern fucking religion you want to enforce on people. When more and more young people are becoming non-religious. So you're just trying to enforce a kind of culture that more and more young people are turning their back on.
You're not going to get them caring about religion again by forcing them to sing songs they don't want to sing. Yeah, let women sing, but when it's Kelly J. Keane, it's not about letting women sing. It's about programming a AI to do it because it's cheaper. Because she's hard up, you know. She's hard up. Billboard Steve got more views for his version of her debate with some random fucking schizo freak, and so she's hard up, and she can't afford to pay an actual British woman to sing. So instead, it's not a woman; it's just a robot. They don't sing trans songs in Canada. I doubt they do in Britain. That's fair enough. I would get behind that logic. If it's crazy woke shit, it's happening in California, in Canada, or it's not happening anywhere. I don't know what else there. I can't find anything about this movie. Is it real, or is it just a thing there? Like, is it just the conceit of these like shitty music videos? Let women sing London. So this is just a thing for people to get together and sing hymns. Come and praise. She's not even a Christian. I'm fucking baffled by all this. This is really strange to me. Oh, Let Women Speak puberty blockers was cancelled. Oh no. They can complain about a thing that's not legal in this country. I don't fucking get it. I don't fucking get it. I don't see what's patriotic about using AI to endlessly fantasize about this country falling apart. What song was this?
The oceans and the sadness that only we know.
I don't know. People get moved by this kind of stuff. I can't listen to AI music and feel anything. There's plenty of like popular like radio music that to me feels like overproduced and like soulless. I just get nothing from it. But at least it's real people. At least someone made a conscious choice to arrange the fucking synth notes in that way and have an actual person singing it, you know what I mean? There's always like something worse. Whatever fucking people have done to fucking art, especially through like corporatism or whatever. Whatever those people have done to art, there's always a worse version of it around the corner. And this is it. This is it. You think the shit they make you listen to on the radio because it's popular is bad? This is the next logical step. It just gets worse and worse. Anyway, sorry, we were watching something. What else happens in this? Blasting this shitty Suno fucking song. Who the fuck wants to have AI music blasted at them when they're trying to walk from A to B in fucking London? Who wants that shit? Who wants that shit?
Man, you didn't say no. You fight back.
I can't remember. One of them says something about the music dying or something. I can't remember which one it was. That made me. I've seen most of this already. That made me fucking explode. Oh, and then it breaks again. It keeps breaking.
Oh, now I've got no...
Well, if you give us the words,
what?
We'll sing it together.
So annoyed.
Are they the carpets?
Yeah, but I'm going to go and talk to them. So...
Okay, so that one is a woman. Okay. Like, listen. The shoulders are a giveaway, I guess. But, like, come on.
Yeah. Yes, please. I'm going to pack up in a minute. I'm just going to go and ask them what they're doing.
Yeah, even the sound system is fed up with this shit and doesn't want to play this shitty AI stuff. Even the sound system is done with it.
Yeah, I'm going to go and do it on my own next time, not Humphrey.
That's what I was going to suggest that to you.
Yeah, we'll just do it.
There's nothing in it.
That's got nothing in it. I haven't thought... I just had some Americans come up who were like, yeah, women do, trans women do use women's bathrooms. I was like, it's disgusting.
Sometimes it's a bit, it's entitled kind of, he's giving you a favor by telling you what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think something weird happens. I'm just going to be back in like 1 sec. Just give me like 1 minute.
Yeah, so is this the bit where she runs after some like Muslim woman? Hang on, let's see. It must be coming up because we're getting on a bit.
Okay, right, where's the ladder? Oh, well done, thanks. Okay. So, free your face.
Here we go. So, Muslim woman wearing a head covering of some kind.
So, free your face. Free your faces, everyone. Come on. Why would any...
Hang on. Just having a look, you can see there's the Muslim woman we just saw there. And then Kelly J. Keane starts following her.
Why would any...
Stops.
Why would any man want his wife to be covered?
How do you know it's the man that wants his wife covered and not the wife that is choosing to cover for whatever reason she chooses?
Well, if she's covered, he should be.
Yeah.
We're just following people now. This is weirdo behavior.
Why don't you cover your face? Why don't you cover your face? Why are women subjected to covering their face and you don't cover yours?
Absolute freak behavior.
Okay.
And just carries on walking. What the fuck are you doing?
I don't know why you're talking to me. Watch. It's true though, isn't it? Why isn't it?
Yeah, harassing women is fine. Harassing women is fine when they dress in a way that Kelly J. Keane doesn't like. It's crazy. What the fuck is happening? Oh, we care about women's rights. Okay, what if it was a man? What if it was a man following women around, making comments on the way they're dressed? How come that's not okay, but it's okay when it's a Muslim woman to follow her around? Oh, why don't you free your face? What fucking business is it of yours? Oh, why are you making your wife fucking cover? How do you know that's what's happening? How do you know that's the fucking situation? What are you fucking doing?
He covering his face.
There's been some gay guy in America who's been covering his head so that he doesn't excite men.
Oh my, I'll tell you something in a minute.
There's some other event going on here. I can't remember what this was.
And you're a burning man. I know something.
Got an Israel flag in the background.
Get in front of the camera. Guess who's just turned up? Guess who's just turned up? Yes. A beautiful young lady with beautiful glasses.
Look at you with young.
She's normally wearing red, but she's not. She's just told them, I gotta find a bleeding.
It's a fucking networking event for these people.
Just
We're protesting, but we're also going to stand around and pout in front of other people's cameras.
Just go.
Morning. Morning. Yeah. My name's Kelly J. Keane. Hi. Well, I've just done my regular end of the month, just a few hymns and some songs about the looming caliphate.
And Tommy says, wait, Wendell Daniel. It makes sense because there's like Israel flags. Like that's Tommy Robinson's thing, Britain and Israel first. Even Rupert Lowe is down with that shit. People are realizing that Restore ain't their fucking party. Because even there, like Britain and Israel first. It's very funny. Yes. Brother Wendell. I think he was the guy. I watched parts of a protest on Tommy Robinson's channel a while back. Where they went under some bridge and got piss thrown all over them. And I'm sure it was this guy that was filming. Tommy Robinson's cameraman. So yeah, it's a Tommy Robinson event. So obviously you've got someone preaching something about Christianity. You've got the Israel flags. No question of, oh, what does Israel have to do with British nationalism? Because, you know, it's fine when these people mix all their messages, but when trans rights people say Free Palestine, that's confusing somehow.
And we do it just outside of Speaker's Corner, and
Her hair looks frizzy. Yeah, it does a bit.
everyone loves it. You should all come.
And I believe you also did some...
Liam Tufts interviewed young Bob. I haven't seen that, no. I can never tell watching stuff like that if it's going to be funny or if it's just going to be like annoying. These people all like gas him up and he's like retarded. I have a feeling young Bob is going to come out maybe like 5 years from now. He's going to come out about how he was groomed into all this fucking weird Charlie Kirk shit. And he doesn't want it anymore.
I did. Oh, that was so good. We went to Whitechapel. We were subjected to a Section 14 by the Gold Commander where we could be. And the protesters...
This is their new 2-tier thing. I don't even know what fucking happened here.
Who came to protest us were subjected to no such conditions, and so they were able to sort of try and intimidate us. But what they really love...
Is it intimidating to women when you chase them around and ask them why they're covering their faces? Do they find that intimidating?
One other thing which was perfect for your channel is when we started shouting, oh, Tommy Robinson. Oh, they got so animated, it was brilliant.
It's gross, man. It's disgusting. Like, that's the thing. It's like this weird fake kind of nationalism where it's just like sucking off Tommy Robinson. She just wants to be Tommy Robinson. Oh, it's so nasty. It's so fucking nasty. And you know that more and more people on the right are actually kind of sick of him and sick of it. I'm seeing more and more channels popping up complaining about how British nationalism is like all about like Israel and Iran and stuff. And it's not that I agree with them because I'm not a nationalist, but I kind of get it in the sense that it's just, it was like ball out, wasn't it? Like, I'm sure Nick Griffin was big until around the time when Tommy Robinson started rising. And supposedly there was something about how there was pressure on like the BNP and shit to stop criticizing like the banking system and stuff, probably because, you know, that usually becomes kind of anti-Semitic or something. And they didn't want to do that, so they got kind of dropped and it was all like Tommy Robinson instead and stuff. I don't know how true this kind of stuff is. It's just stuff that I've like heard and stuff, but it's like captured. You know what I mean? The British right is like completely captured by Israel at this point.
Brilliant.
It was brilliant, but what were you doing outside? Were you singing hymns yet again?
Yeah, we were singing. Yeah, we were singing school hymns, and then there's some other stuff that I've put together, which is all about the, like I said, the British.
Some other stuff that I've put together. It's Suno. Just fucking admit that you make Suno music. Just admit that it's AI, please. I beg you.
Caliphate. So we sang about that.
So, what are you doing at Speaker's Corner today? Because as you can see...
This is very boring. Someone got attacked or something?
I'm going to disclose to people the reason an eyewitness believes that happened was because after when we know that...
God, the way this guy talks is like aggravating. Like he's chewing on every word. Like someone threatens her here, which isn't okay, of course. Okay.
So I come down here very often. Me and a friend were just talking and wondering, are you a feminist? Like, what's the situation with feminism? I know lots of the people that come down here.
Some of the women that will come to my events will be feminists, but I'm not.
Why are they knocking around with you then?
Okay, it's cool. I always thought you were though. I've seen you're not on TV, on YouTube and stuff, and I thought you were.
I think feminism is far too limited. I think
you can't be very racist if you're a feminist. They don't like that.
Lots of people call themselves feminists and don't do anything remotely feminist. I think feminism has done some really great things for women and like suffrage and all, and violence against women and so on. And then I think feminism became professional and managerial, and then all the sort of academics that talk about feminism, they actually don't live by anything that they talk about. So I'd rather not be associated with that sort of ideology. Ideologies all lead to bad things. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
That sort of ideologies lead to bad things. Okay, wow. I like good I like good ideologies that lead to good things. I don't like the bad ideologies that lead to the bad things.
That's like 10 years or so. So I know that a lot of the things that you guys fight against now would be considered very, very radically left, feminist and so on. But I can see that you've got in your heads.
I mean, how many feminists are talking about the niqab? Like, pretty much none. And we've got a rising, and all even the grooming gangs. Like, you search some of the women that talk about women's rights, you search their timelines about how much they've talked about grooming gangs, unless they do a caveat of like, well, all men rape, so we can't just say that these men, they always try and dilute it. So I have no time for those women, and they will call themselves feminists. So
yeah, let women speak unless I personally disagree with them. We've had yet another like fucking inquiry. We're just gonna be having inquiries on the grooming gang shit till the end of time. That Rupert Lowe person thinks that there was 250,000 victims in the UK of grooming gangs. And what he did was take the figures from Rotherham and just apply them to the whole country. That is ridiculous. It's like stupid. That shit is bad. But it's been like endlessly fucking talked about for ages. It's just never gonna stop. There's constant fucking grievance about this shit. And like everyone like broadens it to be about all Muslims when I'm pretty sure it was mostly like people from a particular part of like Pakistan or something. And they probably were localized to certain places because there's probably a lot of people that like knew each other and stuff. It was probably a specific, like, very small, like, fucked up culture that made its way over here. But it would be in like kind of enclaves and in like limited amounts in like certain places. It's not something you just say, well, there's a bunch of them in every single fucking town and city in the UK. It doesn't really fucking work that way, I wouldn't have thought.
Pretty anti.
Okay.
All right. Cheers. Nice to see you.
Yeah, it's almost like what feminists are probably criticizing is the focus on specific kinds of people doing rape rather than focusing on rape more in general. Because it makes it sound like you only care about it when certain people do it, or as if it's worse when certain kinds of people do it, when generally it's supposed to be bad no matter. But you're not going to get like a fair representation of what those people think, you know? And the kinds of people that watch this kind of stuff, unironically, are easily manipulated by this kind of thing.
Are we good? I don't know what to do. There's no one here. There's no one to... I felt maybe I'll bring a little sign then saying, anyone want an argument?
Now she wants to be Billboard Steve. Bro. Or brown people thinking at the same... Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry, I had a moment of wokeness or something.
Fancy, yeah. 10p for an argument. We could. So this is Speaker's Corner on a quiet day, everyone. No, it's all right, you don't have to film me. This is Speaker's Corner on a quiet day. We could just go and ask that guy a question. Loads of people are like, I've never been. This is like a tourist attraction. Yeah, it's a bit.
Yeah, there was a big problem with the way the police handled it, for sure.
Could just go and do a picnic. Oh, wow. Oh, that guy.
Tommy Robinson is a Mossad asset.
He's so mad. Well,
Mossad agent.
who says that?
In your post.
Oh yeah, well, you know, obviously, because if you don't want women, oh yeah, there's loads of that. Someone even tried to sort of say stuff about my dog and then said it was something to do with Israel. My dog did not die because he was a Mossad agent.
I mean, you're protected by Mossad, so you know.
They should. Where were they?
Dude, Tommy is neck deep in like the Israel shit. I'm sorry. I don't know if he's a Mossad fucking asset, but it's not a particularly insane thing to say.
That fateful day, where were they?
Talking shit about Islam and what?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Talking shit.
Yeah, okay.
I'm gonna cut your throat.
I will. You're gonna. Oh!
It's a very stupid thing to do, by the way. Don't go up to people and tell them you're going to cut their throat.
You're gonna what? You're gonna what?
Don't get
You're
my
gonna
face,
what?
He's drinking a fucking buzzball. What the fuck is happening?
Well, you're gonna. Oh! You're gonna what?
You can't see. You probably can't see. He's holding a fucking buzzball, threatening to kill fucking Kelly J.
You're gonna what?
You can see now. You can see now. What is happening?
Don't get my face,
Right. Where's the police? He just said he's gonna cut my throat. Police? Where are they? Do we have any? Where is he? Where's he gone? I'm gonna go and tell. Is that police? No.
Yeah, she gets the police from here. I don't know. From what I remember, I watched bits of this, and I remember that they took this seriously. I don't know how much she's still banging on about like two-tier justice and two-tier policing and stuff. It's just the line everyone uses now. You say two-tier justice, and something lights up in the brains of utter fucking morons, you know? You cite Henry Novak, even though there's no evidence that he was treated any particular way differently because he was white. And it just lights a thing up in some people's brains.
Yeah, he's taking off. Yeah. Can you keep filming that, please?
That's a threat.
What's a buzzball? A buzzball is a kind of like pre-mixed cocktail that is like in a ball. If you've ever seen any of these in like a supermarket or a whatever, they're like insanely expensive. Apparently most of them taste like shit. Like look, £4.20 for one like margarita. Nuts. Anyway.
That's not really what I just feel, so stay off on it. Hang out. Stay away.
Yeah, all this happens.
It's irregular. Well, people seem to say that he's been in authority.
It doesn't seem like she's being dismissed for being white.
Well, someone got. I mean, I don't know what the circumstances were, but there was quite a violent thing here last week. I mean, I just think.
Yeah, was Kelly J. Keane talking about all this feminist, all this like nationalism stuff? Was she pushing all this nationalism stuff like 5 years ago? Was she singing Tommy Robinson 5 years ago, you know?
What if I went out there and said like the P word or the N word, or not that I ever would anybody, but if I started.
Don't believe you.
Shouting that, pretty sure I'd be arrested.
Could be in a ban already. There we go.
I mean, they seem to be taking this seriously.
I mean, how daft do you have to be in this day and age?
Well, when everyone's got cameras. I'm going to come and commit a crime. Look at me committing a crime.
What can go wrong?
Yeah, we'll be there at 2. Sorry, we'll be there at 2.
Yeah.
I promise.
Through there.
If you're going to be at 2.
That's all right, I won't be there at 2.
Okay, because otherwise...
No, I'd rather just get this done, so knowing that he's actually going to be charged.
We don't want him following.
Oh, he's there.
That's a different guy patrolling there. It's a different guy patrolling.
Yeah, there is a point. I mean, it's a bit worse to threaten violence towards someone than to just kind of harass them in the street. But she's still engaged in street harassment. Like, she's happy to engage in pretty ridiculous behavior herself. Then someone does something slightly worse to her and it's like crying to the police, who are taking her seriously. But two-tier justice, everyone. Two-tier justice.
Can you hold that just one moment?
It's different.
Yeah, it's good.
But it's still, yeah, you can say it.
It's on.
I mean, you really would have to be that one, I think. Well, she's got the...
Are you able to screen grab that whole thing? And if I said anything what we're doing,
okay,
and able to deal with the situation, yeah, we're going to take the forecourt and then hand it over to the BCU,
yeah,
so the PD area, and they will then.
It's modern, really ironic, right?
Yeah. It's like,
so you're here to stop violence against women and girls, but you have to.
They'll do this. They like argue with the police constantly, like Karening up, so privileged.
Asked to get a pause to see if you can deal with some violence against. Okay.
There wasn't any violence either. There was a threat of violence.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, we got told, unfortunately, to kind of stay. We went to get a drink, stay away from Speaker's Corner, and let the area deal with that.
Yeah.
Because our targeting is.
Yeah. Well, there used to be Royal Parks Police, but unfortunately, good old Sadiq disbanded it, which is the most.
Always gotta drop your politics into every single fucking interaction. Always got to make everything a political statement. I can't stand people like this. I would not last any amount of time in this person's company. Just everything relates to how embittered she is about some like aspect of like politics or something. All the time.
A disgusting decision, because they were amazing and they knew exactly how this park ran. I'm not saying that you don't. It's just, it's obviously.
Bro, someone mouthed off at you. You're not lying on the floor dying. You're okay.
Is it okay to film?
No, apparently not.
No, I think so.
Can I give you that though? Maybe you can ask people their opinions.
If you hold it, we can hear what you say.
Oh, I did. Do you know, when the Met Police had some training, my name was said in an LGBTQ plus training thing.
Oh, really?
And your officers were encouraged to boo.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Has no idea what the fuck she's talking about.
Okay.
I'm just starting up my computer.
All right.
Okay, so it stops. Karen's up at the police a little bit. Probably disappointed that they did actually take her seriously enough that she can't bleat about two-tier justice some more, but I'm pretty sure she did another thing. Whining about it anyway. It's just fucking whinging. It's just painful. Yeah, policing tears. Whining about two-tier justice. I hate it. I hate it. Anyway, there we go. There's some KJK snark. I need to stop in a sec. It's been fun though. I'll keep streaming. I'll try and keep editing stuff. I'm gonna post something. I'm gonna post something from the line thing I looked at, because I think it needs showing just how unbelievably stupid those people on the line are. So I'll post something about that. Probably tomorrow. And yeah, I don't know. I'll stream at some point again. Soon enough. I don't know. I love all of you. Have a good day. See you later. And bye, bye, bye.